Good evening and welcome, commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the February 24th, 2022 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Committee. I'm Chris McFarland, Chairman of the Conservation Committee, and we'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetland Protection Act and Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. We'll be operating the meeting using the Zoom platform and ask the public who wish to speak to enter their questions or comments into the chat box. Please include your name or address. Only those with a name and address will be acknowledged. Present on this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Patel. I'll now take roll call of the Conservation Commissioners and Associate Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. William Ashton.
William Ashton, present.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Trish Grady is not present this evening. Jay Pampare.
Jay Pampare, present.
Chris McFarland, present. And Associate Commissioner Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
So we have a voting quorum of 6 members this evening. All votes will be taken via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. Our first item this evening is NOI 22-06, which is a sanitary sewer line on Route 3A. I'm going to read the public announcement. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, February 24th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform for Notice of Intent 22-06 from Donald Stasco for sanitary sewer line installation within a paved roadway on Route 3A, Chief Justice Cushing Highway. Okay. So, Charlotte, hopefully you know who to promote for this.
Yep, we have Ed Hutchison and Mark Nagrati in the, just promoted them from Tetra Tech.
Okay.
Hey Ed, hi Mark.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Is there anyone else, guys? Or is it just you two?
Just Ed and I.
Okay.
From Tetra Tech.
Okay. We'll ask you to share a plan and let us know what your intentions are.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Do you see my screen now?
Yes, we do.
All right, do you see the cursor moving across the screen?
Yes,
Okay,
we
good.
do.
All right, well, thank you for having us tonight. So this, what we're here for tonight is that we're proposing a sewer main along Route 3A from Cohasset Plaza connecting to the existing Tupelo Road pump station owned and operated by the town. This plan has been approved by the commission, I believe back on December 14th during one of the latest meetings. So we're here just to talk about the order or NOI tonight. And also I just want to mention that the plan has been submitted to the Mass DOT as this requires a access permit to allow the work to be done on their right of way. So MassDOT owns and operates their right of way along Route 3A. And the work is predominantly on their property. And as I walk the plan down, I'll show you the limits of the work, if I may. So if you can see my screen here, this is a cover sheet. Let me just walk down to the beginning of the project, if I may. On this plan here, the project involves installing an 8-inch PVC sewer main within the existing paved surface of Route 3A. And this work will connect on the upper side of things from Cohasset Plaza basically on the back side or the southerly side of Stop and Shop, the back entrance to Stop and Shop. And it will connect, it will go along the easterly side of the road in the beginning of the project as we go downhill towards Trapella Road. And if you can, I'll just switch down to the next plan. And at this location right here, due to the existing water main, because we do have to maintain 10 feet of separation between the sanitary line and the existing water main, we need to cross over Route 3A. And we do this to maintain that separation of water and sewer. So now we're going to be on the, I guess you want to call it the southerly side or the westerly side of as I call it. And we will travel down along Route 3A. In this area here, we'll be in a floodplain on 3A. And we'll connect down into the Trapella Road, into an existing manhole, crossing again into an existing manhole located opposite Trapella Road. So that is the summary of what we propose. Let me just walk back a little bit. As you can see, we are proposing to install compost filter tubes along the edges of the roadway. In this work, we also will install silt sacks in the existing catch basins as we work down the street. So this project is located inside the existing pavement. So no disturbance outside the pavement width. This is a cut, cover, and patch, if you want to call it that, where the MassDOT will require at every day's activity or every shift, if you want to call it that the roadway is going to have to be restored with pavement, whether it's a temporary patch or a permanent patch. MassDOT, in meeting with them, they also would like to do full width restoration. I take full lane width of restoration. So for an existing, for this particular case here, let me just show you what I mean by full width. After the work is done, the sewer main is complete. It's been installed and compacted and so forth. They will put a permanent patch in there, and then we'll come back. And this is a requirement of MassDOT. They want to restore the existing width of pavement with new asphalt. So they will come back and mill out 2 inches and install 2 inches of new asphalt in 1 lane width. So they'll go from curb line or berm line to the center line of the roadway. In this location on this side of the street, and we go down to the other side, they also wanted to do a little bit of work crossing Route 3A and also the lane on the, I want to call it southerly side. And as we go down to Trapella Road, they'll do a box out again with milling operation. So again, work is relatively easy. It's very common, 8-inch pipe, PVC pipe. We have 10 manholes that we have to install roughly. And the project length is about 200 feet. And it does fall within the buffer zone and also the floodplain zone. So that is in a nutshell. If you want to have any questions to that, the work involves about 5 feet of burial or depth of cover. In this particular case down here, there'll be about 10 feet of cover over the pipe because we have to connect to and match inverts of the existing facilities.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add?
Yes, walked the site this week to get a view of where all the bordering vegetated wetlands are. There are some on either side of 3A. So I do have a lot of photos if anybody wants to see them or got a chance to look at them before the meeting. And also I did send a handful of comments that Tetra Tech responded to in a letter, which is available. If I can pull up if anyone wants to see it.
Can you give us the short version or no?
Basically, I had a lot of questions about how this works with MassDOT, and so they explained the special permit and stuff. I did notice on Mapper GIS that there are 2 vernal pool or potential vernal pools that are in the general vicinity of the project, but they're well over 100 feet away. One is near Red Fox Lane, and the other one is at 508 CJC, I think in about the middle of the project. but they are over 100 feet away, almost 200 feet away from the project. And so, yeah, a lot of my questions are mostly centered around how this works with MassDOT. We also got some departmental comments from, I believe, police department, fire, and sewer as well that were responded to.
Mark, can you tell us how big a section are you going to be doing on a daily basis?
Oh, so production, it varies on depending on the location and so forth, but generally they'll install between 100 to 200, maybe 300 feet of pipe a day. If they install manhole, then a little bit less pipe will be installed because the work efforts will be focused on the manhole. So I guess a general rule of thumb is probably between 100 to 200 feet of pipe a day, providing that they're not into any obstructions and so forth.
And where will all the excavation go during construction?
They'll have to be placed on, most likely in a truck and hauled off site. So part of this work is that MassDOT will not allow materials to be stockpiled overnight on their right of way or equipment. So the contractor will have to stage their equipment and so forth. Unless it's a track machine, a heavy machine, then that will be a different case. And it's a requirement of MassDOT in their jurisdiction. And they may allow that.
Do we know where the stockpile is going to be?
No, that's up to the contractor to secure a staging area offsite.
Mark, can you just point out where the silt socks will be along
Sure.
this area, please?
I should have done that in the beginning. I'm sorry. So the
Sorry.
compost filter tube, if you look at this is the back of the Cohasset Plaza driveway. You'll see this right here. Let me just zoom in a little bit.
Thank you.
So the compost filter tube will be along this side of the street next to the bordering vegetated boundary over here and connect over here. So that will protect that area there. Just walk down the street a little longer. There'll be more filter tube right here on this side. And again, this will continue along right here. And then as we get into this area, there'll be more compost tubing installed on this side of the roadway. And then again, on the southerly side of the roadway, southbound side. And again, on the northerly side or northbound side, they'll extend compost tubing here and also over here.
Okay.
And again, on the southbound side of Route 3A, it's a little easier for me to describe southbound, be on this side right here. And as we get to Tupelo Road area, there'll be compost tubing right here. And they'll extend beyond, a little beyond the limit of work, what we saw for installation. It'll extend out a little ways beyond Tupelo Road.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
the trench widths, let me say, normal will probably be average between 5 and 7 feet of trench width, depending on the machine they bring on to do the work. And that will be, MassDOT will require full depth replacement of asphalt for a permanent patch. And then we'll have to come back and we'll do a mill and overlay after that. So these plans have been reviewed by MassDOT initially. We get some feedback, initial feedback. We addressed their comments. We put their comments, and this plan package is now under review by MassDOT in a formal basis. A formal application was submitted, and every indication there, they will issue the permit provided the Conservation Commission will actually issue an order of conditions, which they will reference in their access permit.
Okay, thank you. I know, Mr. Chairman, there are a bunch of questions in the Q&A. While feel free to address those. I just want to make the statement that while some of these questions are maybe very important questions and great questions, the Conservation Commission's responsibility tonight is to just make sure that the project there's no impact on the wetland. And so some of the questions with respect to whether or not a property owner will be able to tie into this project is really, unfortunately, it's outside of the purview of the Conservation Commission's authority to answer that question. And again, we're solely tasked with just looking at the impacts to the wetland itself. So I just want to throw that out there, Mr. Chair.
Before we get to the questions, I did have a couple other questions. Charlotte, is this applicant the same applicant who's doing work at the Stop and Shop?
The same property owner, yes, is Mr. Stasko. But, you know, we have different representatives for the projects.
No, I understand. I just want to understand that because the likelihood of stockpiling might come into question.
Okay.
Do any other commissioners have questions before I move on to public questions?
No.
No? I'm going to read through these just so everyone has their moment. Bill and Kim Chapdelaine, 30 Bayberry, ask, why is this project needed? Mark, could you just give us a quick?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So this project is part of the development of Cohasset Plaza. The applicant, Mr. Satsko, has engaged us to design a sewer system to take sanitary flow from that development to Tapella Road, and that was an agreement that he has made with the town to install the sewer main to do this.
Okay.
And it will be servicing the property. In this work, once constructed and approved by the Sewer Commission, will be turned over to the town and will become a town asset or a town-owned property, if I may.
Let's see. And how long, the next question comes from Tom Norton. How long will this project last?
It would last the summer, probably between 3 and 4 months in total in construction.
Wow.
I anticipate it could be close to 3 months, but you do have some the milling and filling afterwards once it's done and testing and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have all that work tested and inspected.
Right.
There will be a person on site witnessing the work on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
MassDOT will require that. And also, I believe the Sewer Commission has mentioned that they want to have this work witnessed and inspected.
Bill and Kim Chapdelaine also asks, will there be impact on Peppermint Brook? I'm not familiar with Peppermint Brook. Charlotte, do you know where Peppermint Brook is?
So Peppermint Brook is parallel to 3A. If you look at the, I think you can actually see it right there in gray in front of Tupelo Road, or right above the end of project wording, and it kind of goes along parallel to 3A to a certain distance.
Okay, so the answer to that would be that if the silt sock is in place and kept in place as it should be, that there should be no impact. Kevin O'Donnell from 248 King Street writes, my water line runs from 3A Main up the back of my property. My water line will be crossed by the new sewer line. I don't see my water line on the plans. Please advise how my water line will be preserved. So that's at 248 King Street. So you will, I don't know, you probably don't have that on this drawing because you don't go that far over, do you?
I don't think so. If I may, the intention is the water main, let me just.
He's saying his water line, so I don't know. I'm guessing it's not a main. I'm guessing they tapped into the main somewhere.
You mentioned 241, Mr. Chair?
248 King Street.
248, so right here, this is 248 King Street. So on this particular case, the town, from the town's record, the water main is on the southbound side of Route 3A, and the proposed work is on the northbound side of Route 3A. So I do not anticipate any impacts to the property owner of 248 King Street.
Okay.
And the general intention is not to impact the existing water main at all. We do have some test pits called for in this area because the town does not have accurate records of where the water main is. So we're doing test pits to determine the exact location so that we can cross it in a correct manner. So we avoid the water main.
But what about the individual properties?
The intention is not to impact their water line at all.
Okay. Obviously, if you encounter them, they're going to be addressed properly, right?
That's going to have to be addressed, yes. And that if it's impacted for a reason, any particular reason, if it was struck by an excavator and so forth, it's going to have to be repaired at no cost to the owner or the homeowner, I'd say.
Okay. The next two come from Tom Norton as well on Red Fox Lane, number 41. It says, will I be able to hook up to the new line? I'm going to answer that and just say that that's something you're going to have to take up with the sewer department. I noticed in one of the public notices that Red Fox Lane will stop moving that, please. Will actually be blocked off and a fire detail posted on our street. How long will Red Fox Lane be affected with closure?
If you want, would you like me to answer that, Mr. Chair? So
Yeah, please. I mean, I assume there is no closure of any public way, right?
No, there's no closure of public way. So part of this project is that the MassDOT were required to maintain access along Route 3A. There are also provisions in the contractor or in the general notes where the contractor is going to have to maintain access to the abutting properties, especially emergency vehicles, whether it's police or fire or other apparatus.
Right.
So this particular location right here, they will have to maintain access to Red Fox Lane. If they cannot maintain access, that's another discussion with the fire department and police department for whatever particular time. And typically MassDOT will have a pre-construction meeting and they will invite utility owners, police and fire, and other emergency officials in the DPW to talk about the project logistics and the schedule. And if there's something of that nature, there's a concern that will be addressed at that meeting in particular.
And I'd just like to dovetail the last comment we have here from an anonymous attendee. We asked that if you want to be acknowledged that you would put your real name and your address in there, but in any case, it's the same meeting. We don't have the information as far as rush hour traffic and impacts to traffic. That's something that you would find out from that same meeting that Mark just referenced. So. Okay. One last time to commissioners, do you have any other comments?
No, Chris.
No further comment.
I'd like to
Happy to
entertain a
speak
motion.
Jay Pampari will make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project Route 3A near 400 CJC highway for the sanitary sewer line installation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Having heard a motion in a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-06, Route 3 near 400 CJC for sanitary sewer line. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Dave Campari, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0.
Do we need a variance on this, Mr. Chair?
We do.
Working the 50?
Yeah.
I was just going to make the comment that there is no alteration to any land as I see here that it's not currently already paved over. As the applicant pointed out, that this is basically a cut of existing pavement, cutting and filling and patching over of an existing line. There will be silt sock on the exterior of the pavement area, so there should be no disturbance to or impact to the wetland whatsoever. Given that, Jay Pampari make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer zone for the project at 400 CJC Highway.
Second.
We heard a motion and a second to issue a variance for work associated with the order of conditions for NOI 22-06, Route 3A near 400 CJC. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Dave Campari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0. Thank you very much.
You.
Our next hearing this evening is NOI 22-07 and stormwater permit 22-03 for 205 Atlantic Avenue. I'd like to read the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaws and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, February 24th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 22-07 and stormwater permit 22-03 from Andrew Flynn to construct a single-family dwelling with hardscaping and landscaping at 205 Atlantic Avenue. Okay. Charlotte, I think you're.
Yep, sorry, I'm on it. So we have Deb Keller from Merrill Engineers, and I believe we have Andrew Flynn, who's the property owner.
Evening. First and foremost, thank you very much to everybody for your time this evening. I really, by way of introduction, my name is Andrew Flynn. I'm a lifelong resident of Cohasset. I live just around the corner from 205 Atlantic Ave on Sheldon Road. I've worked closely with our design and engineering team over the past 2.5 years in a very measured fashion to design a single family home for myself and my family. This is not a development parcel. And, you know, myself and our whole team, we come here tonight very humbly and in a spirit of stewardship. We endeavor to be very thoughtful in our design, contextual in our design, and really have sought to embrace the kind of natural topography of the site. So I look forward to walking through the proposal tonight. With us tonight, we have Deb Keller from Merrill Engineering. We have Seth Wilkinson from Wilkinson Ecological Design, and we have Gregory Lombardi from Gregory Lombardi Landscape Design. We also have members of the team from Brooks and Falatico, which is the overall architect, and Ian is also on from Wilkinson as well. So thank you again to all the commissioners for your time this evening, and I will turn it over to Deb Keller to take us through. Thank you.
So hopefully you can hear me. I apologize, I have to be on twice.
Okay.
Charlotte, can I accept screen share?
Yep, you can share your screen.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yep, okay, great.
Yes.
Good evening. Again, my name is Deb Keller with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. As Andrew mentioned, this project is located at 205 Atlantic Ave. We are before you with a notice of intent, including a stormwater permit, as well as requesting a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer area. To start off with existing conditions, again, property is located at 205 Atlantic Ave. It has frontage along Atlantic Ave to the south. It abuts an existing residential property, 215 Atlantic Ave, to the west. Atlantic Ocean to the north and east, also including the Little Harbor Bridge underneath Atlantic Ave. The property itself consists of an existing tennis court in this location here, with the remaining property basically wooded with some ledge outcrops in the upper side or westerly side of the property. The wetland resources located on the site include, following my hand here, is the coastal beach limit with Atlantic, associated with Atlantic Ocean. We have some coastal bank just east of the tennis court here, as well as we've identified bordering vegetated wetlands across the street from Atlantic Ave. So we are showing the associated 50 and 100-foot buffer limits to those resources, as well as the line work shown in an orange color is our floodplain limits on the site. So that's pretty much the existing conditions. Again, it flows topography-wise. High side is your west side, flowing to the east towards the ocean. I'm gonna skip to the next page. Here we have the, as mentioned, the proposed single-family home, associated driveway and infrastructure, including pool area, landscaping around the home, driveway here coming down to Atlantic Ave. We are looking to utilize the existing curb cut along Atlantic Ave for the driveway to minimize disturbance entering the site, as well as locating the house as far to the west or up into the site as possible to keep us out of the buffer zones as possible. As you can see, the 100-foot buffer kind of runs right through and along here. So we have pushed the development as far west as possible with the building setbacks to the property line. We have
Deborah,
also,
I'm sorry, could you please zoom in a little bit there so we can
Absolutely.
see where the edge of coastal bank is, as well as the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones there, please?
Sure, is that better? So the blue, this
Even a
line,
little more would be even better, but yes,
there we go. How's that?
that's better. Great, thank you.
That's good.
So this blue line here is your coastal beach, and it has the riprap along a portion of it, and there is a retaining wall along this portion tying into some existing ledge here. The coastal bank is right at this dashed blue line here. And then, of course, this is the single family home development with the existing tennis court in between. So this it's supposed to be green. It doesn't really look green here, but this is the 50-foot buffer. So our goal was to keep the proposed single family home, driveway, et cetera, outside of the 50-foot. Unfortunately, we couldn't keep it out of the 100-foot buffer. And with the development for stormwater, we have a roof infiltration chamber system that is to collect all of the roof runoff from the single family home, recharge underneath the driveway with an emergency overflow, which comes out the side here. And we've placed that so that if there is an overflow, that would surface flow into our unique shaped rain garden, which is intended to collect all of the surface runoff from the driveway and infrastructure lawn area in the front of the development here. We have included a pea stone diaphragm along the down gradient side of the driveway as pre-treatment prior to the rain garden, where we have treatment with a small spillway overflow. Between those two stormwater features, we've captured all of the impervious area, treated it prior to any discharge towards the ocean. I think we have utilities coming up through Atlantic Ave. I do know we did get some comments. We do need to coordinate with the sewer for the sewer service. So we'll be working on that concurrently. We did file this week with the planning board for a large home review as well. So we're trying to work all of these permits together so that we can come to a clean plan at the end. So moving forward, I'd like to ask Ian from Wilkinson Ecological to walk us through the restoration that is proposed with this project, which includes invasive species, not Japanese knotweed in particular, removal on the site within the buffer area and coastal bank area.
Before we do that, I do have a couple questions before. I have a feeling we're going to do some screen sharing here. My first question is the roof infiltration system that's under the parking lot. Yes.
Yes.
Is that capturing the entire square footage of the single family dwelling?
That is correct. So the good thing is that the back side of the structure is higher in grade than the front. So we're sort of tucking the house into the natural topography. So we have the ability to wrap it around and bring it across and over to both ends to tie in. So yes.
And so what is the square footage of the footprint, just the footprint of the home?
The home, I believe it's 5,400.
That's the footprint
Uh,
or the square footage?
I apologize. Let me take a peek at my other plan here and I will let you know that number because it's not, I don't see it on this plan. I don't want to.
I mean, we can come back to that.
Sure.
It does look like a fairly large home. My question goes back to any, I'm trying hard to look at the basement elevation or footing elevations with respect to the topography there. And it looks like it goes up to almost 40-foot elevation. And so I'm curious to know, on the top part there, what the footing elevation is and how much excavation is going to be needed. It looks like you're cutting right into the hill.
So we are cutting right into the hill. So the first floor elevation is what you see here where it says FFE, which is 2175 on this side. And over near the garage, we have 2108.
So is the garage elevation 21.8?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the garage alone looks like a 10-foot cut.
Close, 8. Yes, you have elevation 30 right here.
Okay.
Yep.
And so is that area where is could you just outline the garage itself?
Correct me if I'm wrong, and this is the garage. This component right here is the garage.
Okay.
Yes, that's the general area, correct.
Yeah.
Wait,
And so
wait, hold on, Jay. So there's a finished floor elevation of 2175, which matches the single family up above. So does the garage go all the way to the back wall or does it stop short of the back wall?
Can you answer that, Andrew?
I believe it goes all the way to the back wall. Well, sorry, let me correct. It's not all garage program necessarily, but there are, there's finished work area that goes to the back wall.
So is that built on slab from that line forward?
Sorry, we're getting a little, yes, ultimately, yes. And again, I don't want to speak to the precise, structural engineering elements at the moment, but the idea is that there's that kind of first elevation, which is kind of a basement level. And again, because of the slope of the site and the kind of steep grade change, it's not all necessarily bona fide basement. Some of it is kind of above grade in that elevation, and some of it is kind of slightly embedded.
So my question is, does the elevation of 21 feet carry the entire footprint of the property? And it looks like it carries over from the garage over to that area where you just move the cursor, or where it says proposed 205. Does that carry 21 feet throughout the entire footprint of the building?
I believe so, yes.
Yep.
Okay. So having said that, if you go up into the top corner of the property,
Here.
right in that, well, right, yeah, in that area, the current elevation now is approximately 40 feet. And
Yes.
if you zoom in a little more, I could probably pinpoint that.
Yep.
On the contour map. But what I'm getting at is you have almost a 20-foot cut in that area alone. And I don't know, is there a ledge outcrop in the area? Have you done any test pits in that area to see what you're getting into? It looks like I'm assuming those rock boulder things are ledge
Yeah.
outcrop.
These are ledge.
So how are you, and that's just the footprint. You're gonna have to excavate at least another 8 to 10 feet outside of the footprint of the building. This is quite an excavation project. So I'm curious of how you're going to go about that.
I mean, again, our primary focus here is to, put the entire program outside, as much of it as possible outside the 100-foot buffer. So, we managed to stay entirely outside of the 50 and the large majority of the house outside of the 100. And, we're working through the precise kind of excavation and engineering elements outside of the 100 at the moment. We agree there'll be a degree of excavation on the site. We're still working through some of those intricacies at the moment.
Well, I applaud you for keeping it out of the 50. That's the first thing, and actually trying to keep as much as you can out of the 100. So kudos to you for that. My point is just that I just want to make sure you know what you're getting into here. We do require part of single family dwellings test pits. And in my 9 years of being on this commission, I've never seen a 20-foot elevation cut on any property alone. So I think you're going to have to either get into some blasting or heavy chipping to get away from those boulders. And God only knows what you're going to see within that 20-foot cut of excavation on the top side as well. I think you need to plan for that. And I'd like to hear a little bit of a plan moving forward on that.
No, we appreciate it. I think it's a very fair question, and it's the type of stuff we're kind of working through real time. But we agree,
Yep.
Given given the existing conditions, there certainly will be a fair amount of excavation scope here. But we certainly want to do it as thoughtfully and unintrusively as possible.
Yeah. And so, will you have foundation drains on the back side there, where you have, if the basement elevation is at 21 feet? And you're bringing that up to almost 40 feet in the back there, you've got, again, almost 20 feet of fill up against the side of the building. There's not going to be any basement windows, and I don't even know what the first floor windows would look like. But how are you going to anticipate the runoff coming off of that basically onto the house?
So you would definitely have foundation drains wrapping around. And we can coordinate that once we get into those details with where we could tie those in. If we need to do their dry well pit, we'll do another dry well pit.
I think you're definitely going to need, I don't want to tell you how to design it, but I would like to know where the foundation drains are going to either daylight or preferably, more importantly, go to some type of infiltration system.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We can certainly follow up with additional detail on that. It's a great point.
And so is it safe to say that the gray area on the map that's in front of us is impervious area?
That's what we considered in our stormwater calculations for impervious. So it would be the driveway coming up and entering the garage here, walkway, patio area. So that's how we sort of defined our calculations for stormwater.
Okay,
I'll say just on that, I think we, at the moment, that's how we drove all the stormwater calculations to be most conservative. I think we remain open-minded in terms of the exact conditions of what that finished area would look like. I'm sure we could look at some kind of semi-pervious treatments as well, with Wilkinson and Lombardi. Our goal, I'm an Olmsted nerd at heart, so we really want this to look kind of as natural and contextual as possible. And so I think with regards to the impervious conditions, we drove the stormwater calcs, but I think we're also open-minded to maybe some creative approaches there.
okay.
Deborah, Eric Eisenhower, I got a question for you concerning the vegetation on the site. I'm
Yes.
staring at a satellite photograph of this plot, and all I see is intense forestation throughout the whole thing. It occurs to me, I hope you have a plan of what's there now, what you're going to take out. It occurs to me that the area, almost all the 100 foot, from the 100 to the 50 is completely covered in forest, according to the photograph I see. Do you have a plan? We don't have to do it now, but I think at some point I'd like to see what trees are there, the size, which ones you're cutting down, what you're going to replace, and all that. It seems to me there's a heck of a lot of trees that are going to have to be removed for this plan to move forward to its fruition.
Commissioner Eisenhower, and I appreciate the question, and we've done a lot of work on that front. If it's appropriate, I don't want to jump ahead or out of sequence, and I'll defer to the chair. But this might be an opportunity where the Wilkinson team and the Lombardi team could touch on some of those items, if that's appropriate.
I can, Pan, we have both Wilkinson, who have developed a very thoughtful restoration plan, and Lombardi Landscaping has done the review on the vegetation and trees on site, and they could discuss that as well. Do you have a preference on which you'd like to start with?
We don't have to do it right now. We can wait 2 hours, get it later on tonight, but we certainly want to go through that. To me, it's one of the major issues here.
Sure.
It's pretty much a virgin site full of vegetation. And it doesn't look to me like there's going to be much of that vegetation left, but, and we, from a conservation viewpoint, certainly within the buffer areas where you'll be eliminating trees and other foliage objects, we need to look at that very closely. It doesn't have to be right now. I don't want to throw you off your plan.
Could I ask you to please just go to the tree removal plan, please, so that everyone can take a look at it. It is fairly extensive. I think that it's going to require probably a site visit along with some other things. So I just want everyone to be aware of it.
Yeah.
So
Now this plan is rotated from the other plan, so it's
Yeah. I apologize. Atlantic is here.
Okay, yep.
Driveway comes in here. The house would be set in this location up here, tennis court, and Atlantic Ocean is up on the top. I would like to offer is Greg here, and he might be able to give us a summary of so that was a summary that they've done. So they have evaluated all of the tree vegetation within the work limits. And I'd like to see if he would like to jump in here.
I'm here.
And I think perhaps, Greg, if you could jump in, and then maybe if Ian and Seth could just touch on, kind of the other areas that we were focused on as well. That might be a good way to just round it out quickly.
Sure. I mean, and thank you. I'm Greg Lombardi of Gregory Lombardi Design Landscape Architects in Cambridge. And and thank you for hearing us tonight. And as Andrew pointed out earlier, we have spent a good deal of time. It's a very sensitive site. It has very distinct challenges. There is vegetation on site. some of it, the initial tree count, like the overall removals on here, there's a lot of X's. And the way to understand it is the red X's are trees that are considered through the evaluation process dead or dying, compromised in some way. And of the black X's, so the total removal is, it sounds formidable, but it's 94 trees over 6-inch caliber. Of that, a third of them are dead and dying, and another third of them are invasive species, mostly Norway maples. So it has been a degraded site in a lot of ways, and there's a substantial knotweed population and other invasives in here. And so sifting through this, and every tree is numbered and evaluated, that when we actually arrived at the final calculation, the only trees that would be impacted of the 34 remaining trees from the total that would be considered viable trees, there are 23 trees in the 50 or 100. The other 11, to round it up to 34, would be in the high part of the site at the lower part of this drawing, where the bulk of the architecture component would happen. So we've been trying to be as sensitive as possible, even with, as Deb mentioned, the location of the existing curb cuts, access, the grading. Can we preserve as much of the tree cover as possible, remove the invasives, the dead and dying, and then with Seth and his team, Ian really put back a very robust planting plan to revegetate the site in a more sustainable way. So those are the, I guess the walkaway point would be the 23 trees in the buffer zones, and the other 11 would be outside of the buffer zone in the buildable area towards Atlantic.
Thanks, Craig. And I think, yeah, the dynamic that we really focused on was there are 4 trees inside the 50 that are being removed, 4 trees inside the 50, and then 19 between the 100 and the 50. And obviously, we tried to be incredibly sensitive with the 4 trees within the 50, equally as sensitive between the 50 and 100. And the trees between the 50 and 100 are primarily really just required for the driveway to get up to the top grade where the home would be. And again, we tried to minimize and navigate that topography by preserving the existing curb cut so that we were kind of as minimally disruptive as possible.
Mr. Lombardi, are you familiar with the wetland regulations vis-a-vis the treatment of invasive trees?
Yes, I mean, we deal with, we deal with this all the time there's a lot of different evolving thought. I mean, even when you start talking about invasives.
Let's cut to the chase here. They are not covered in the wetland regulations. In the Cohasset wetland regulations, there's no mention of anybody having the right to remove invasive trees. That's the law that we have to implement. We may want to do that. You may convince us to do that, but there's no regulatory basis for removing Norway maples, all right, for example. It's not even mentioned in our regulations. So we're getting into a very subjective area here, and I want you to realize that as you go into this discussion, okay?
Okay.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman and Commission, maybe this is an ideal time for us to segue the conversation into the restoration plan, which is really everything on the east side of the site and what Wilkinson has worked closely with the team on. So I think I'll jump right into that and we can continue to round out our proposal. So good evening. As I said, we appreciate this opportunity to speak to the ecological restoration that we're proposing. I'm Ian Peach, representing the project for Wilkinson Ecological Design, and I'm here along with our president and chief restoration ecologist, Seth Wilkinson, who's also present to answer any questions when we get there. So our proposed ecological restoration work you see on this restoration plan really encompasses all of the area in the 0 to 50 buffer and beyond to form a comprehensive and robust restoration plan. It's a total of 16,500 square feet of invasive plant management proposed, including a 9,000 square foot area of Japanese knotweed. Other
Mr.
state
Pete, excuse me, could you magnify that, please? I can't read it.
Oh.
All right, I don't know how many times you can, but we had that problem before. That's better. Okay.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you. Thank you.
So other state-listed invasive species found on the site and proposed for management include Asiatic bittersweet, Norway maple, as was discussed, garlic mustard, and shrub and vine honeysuckle. After the invasive plants have been removed from the project area, we are proposing an extensive and multifaceted native plant restoration approach. This includes 5 native trees, 252 native shrubs, and 500 native herbaceous species. These have been selected to restore the ecological integrity to the site, offering enhanced benefits to wildlife and a restoration of the maritime plant communities. And overall, it'll greatly improve the stormwater bioinfiltration proximal to the inlet to Little Harbor. Our native plant restoration design aims to increase the resilience and repair the ecosystem functions of this maritime plant community and coastal woodland. In addition, where the Japanese knotweed, that 9,000 square foot area I spoke to right along the coast, where that's proposed for removal, we are proposing to restore it with a native maritime grassland with a matrix of both shrubs and trees. This transformation, once you visit the site or get a sense of it, it's a monoculture of 9,000 square feet of Japanese knotweed, and we would be restoring that area after the removal of the knotweed, as I said, to deep-rooted native grasses, shrubs, and trees. And we really see this as the ideal buffer for that up between the upland areas of the parcel and the coast. So it's a really logical restoration and transformation there. Directly west, sort of extending and amplifying the benefit of that knotweed restoration area, we're proposing 1,273 square feet of a rain garden that's been specifically designed to be planted with 350 native grasses and forbs. We select the species to offer a diversity of nectar and pollen sources for the pollinators. And also, chiefly, it has the function of infiltrating stormwater runoff and is strategically located for optimal protection to the wetland buffer zones. Lastly, I would like to highlight the fact that when you see all those green project areas on the site and the plantings laid out along with the rain garden, everywhere we work, whether it's a minor area of disturbance or putting in the new rain garden, we seed those areas with a 7 species native grass mix. This helps protect, it's immediate after any work, whether it's invasive plant removal or otherwise, protects the site from erosion and really becomes that base structure so you build up the native grasses, then you bring in the shrubs and you bring in the trees in a strategic area, and we create that kind of robust plant community. So just to kind of think of it overall, if people don't have an intimate sense of the site, you really are looking at an area, especially in that 0 to 50 and a little bit beyond, where you have a huge and extensive population of non-native trees, a state-listed tree, a state-listed invasive species tree of Norway maple. And because it's been greatly degraded, in our minds as restoration ecologists working with the team, this is the optimal opportunity to substantially enhance and restore the entire function of the 0 to 50. You aren't often given that opportunity, and this is right at hand. So, you know, as I said, we begin with the invasive and problematic plant species that will only continue to displace other species there, and the site will be degraded further. So after their careful and thoughtful removal, the knotweed, the Norway maple, and our targeted stewardship over the years, this is a multi-year process, lots of follow-up and care. We really look forward to this comprehensively restored coast at 205 Atlantic Avenue and right there at that inlet to Little Harbor.
Mr. Peach, do you have an operation and maintenance manual that goes along with your
We
proposal?
do. We have a comprehensive land management plan that is a text and visual document. It outlines everything from exactly how we'll do everything I've spoken to in broader terms, down to specific benefits and scientific backing for our work and restoration methods.
And does that include a schedule of tasks that would be
It
performed out here?
does. It includes a 3-year timeline that we like to break down for you as the commission and also as a roadmap for the team ahead. And so that's within the notice of intent filing.
So the commission already has that?
It's in hand, yes.
Okay, Charlotte, we have that available?
Yes, I believe it's in the notice of intent application package.
Okay.
Deborah, do you potentially have that open? If not, I can share my
No,
screen.
you don't need to open. I apologize for not having
Yep.
been familiar with it ahead of time.
So I'm happy. It seems like we've been answering questions after each presentation. Seth and I are happy to answer now, or if there's further input from other team members, I'm happy to wait. But we're certainly here to further answer any questions or fill in any gaps.
Well, I have two quick questions. The first one is, have you dug any test pits throughout the region to verify soil depths, et cetera?
Not specifically test pits in terms of quantifying the depth of the soil and doing a soil classification. We did dig, I would say, what I would call informally along the coastal bank to verify the rocky and slabby soils and therefore choose our plant community and planting density based on that soil type and topography. We also dug in the knotweed to kind of understand that plain at the coast and how that might best be restored to that grassland matrix I spoke about. But we did not do a formal soil classification.
No, that's fine. And what is your method for getting rid of the knotweed?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we've been at this for a while now and continue to refine with precedents that we do. And what we've come to find the most effective method, and we have asked for a variance with Charlotte in our application, is it's actual an injection. It's this hyper-localized tool specially designed to specifically, with our trained and state licensed applicators, and they're used to doing this very specific kind of invasive plant work, where you go in and you actually inject with a needle into each stem during the growing season, namely when it's pulling that down into the rhizome. Knotweed has this huge, massive lurking rhizome underneath it. And so we do that. That's year one, right? And then it's a process. So we're returning for follow-up.
Inject with what? What do you inject?
What's most effective is a very targeted glyphosate product.
It's a Roundup operation, yeah.
It's not Roundup. Roundup is a product and glyphosate is a chemical, but it is.
I'm aware.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Peach, how many of these Roundup eradication projects has your organization worked on, and how many have been successfully completed?
That's a good question. So I believe we've been working since 1999, Cape Islands, south coast of Massachusetts. And really what we're a restoration ecologist, and the science has shown that when you have the most vigorous invasive plant species with really careful, what we call hyper-targeted, either cut and wipe, so very localized, knowing the timing and the specific plant species, using an herbicide like glyphosate and on a woody species like triclopyr, is really a tool in many tools to restore native plant communities. We love to do handwork, and on this proposal, we're coming in, light and with handwork as much as possible. And this allows us to not disturb soils and the such. So I could give you more in the number of projects. I don't know if Seth has the actual count, but I mean hundreds and hundreds of projects that involve some amount of invasive plant management with some amount of very targeted herbicide use that in the end have wonderfully restored native plant communities that are lasting. We love that our temporal aspect, that we're on these projects for not just the 3 years, 10, 15 years, and we're still seeing them thrive. And that's something we can feel good about.
Yes, thank you. Seth Wilkinson from Wilkinson Ecological. I don't have an exact number, but just to clarify that Ian was correct. We've managed hundreds of projects, if not, we may be in the thousands at this point. It would be safe to say many acres of Japanese knotweed, specifically many acres. It is a species which takes a good 3 to 5 years of active management. It does decline as you less intensity with each year, but the follow-up is important because those rhizomes can go easily 10 feet down directly into the soil, and then 30 feet easily out laterally, horizontally beyond the stems of the plants that you see. So it takes time to neutralize those root systems, but we have successfully done that on many projects over the years.
Mr. Wilkinson, if we should allow herbicide to be used here, you would be proposing a 5-year contract with the owner?
We typically have 1-year contracts that are just renewed year after year. But yes, that's typically on a knotweed, on a project with knotweed. We ready the client to understand that there's a 5-year commitment.
Legal commitment.
Well, commitment to seeing the project through to the end, and then there would be a certificate of compliance when the project's completed, where you would be able to verify that it had been successfully completed.
One of the things that very often happens in Cohasset, Mr. Wilkinson and everyone, in the rain gardens, is that within 5 years they be populated with Phragmites, because it's basically fresh water. Do you have any plans to prevent Phragmites infestation in the rain garden?
Well, the first thing with Phragmites in particular is identifying if there's any nearby stands. I don't think we've identified any immediate stands, but that is a plant which can spread either vegetatively or through seeds. It usually spreads more through the vegetative reproduction, but it can. And there is good data to support that their seeds are becoming more viable, especially for longer established hybridized stands. And so it's just like any other aspect of a restoration. We always recommend that folks not walk away from a restoration. After 5 years, it might only be a knowledgeable technician walking the site once a year, maybe nipping a few small invasive species in the bud. We still do that for the very first client I ever had in 1999. We still do a walk through his property every year, and I think he pays us about $400. It's not very expensive, and it's been a very successful restoration. But birds fly over, they drop seeds, there are a lot of invasive species in the landscape now, and so vigilance is required on an ongoing basis, like many others. So it's for us, we're looking at the rain garden just like we would look at the former knotweed area, and that's how you verify that those species not get established.
I just want to point out for everyone, since we're talking about the herbicides and pesticides, that in accordance with Section 39 of the Cohasset Wetlands Rules and Regulations, the pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, Section A specifically states that the use of pesticides and herbicides in all resource areas and buffer zones is prohibited absent express waiver from the Commission for good cause shown. And it goes on to talk a little bit further. But since we're talking about this, it would be a mistake if we didn't at very first recognize that herbicides and pesticides to be used in the buffer zone are strictly prohibited unless good cause shown.
Could we jump back to the site plan, please? I think there's some areas that we haven't
Chris,
looked at.
before we do, I have a question about the landscaping.
Oh, sorry. Could you go back?
Yeah.
Sorry.
it looks like a lot of this is going to be grass, which is great. However, is it grass you have to mow, or are these native grasses just going to be allowed to reach their natural height?
These are native grasses that are unmown, unmown. I mean, the paths are shown and they're not there. So these are grasses that are specifically, again, we've used over time and refined. And within those species, when we seed them, some come on a little bit earlier, dominate a little bit more, fade out a little bit, then maybe the little blue stem comes in a little bit more. So it's a species that's self-selected to be temporarily successive over time.
What height would they be?
Let's say knee high. These are not your big, tall, warm season grasses necessarily. We do have a little bit of switchgrass for the rain garden, which would be bigger and more robust, but knee high on an average height person.
Do you have a plan for an irrigation system?
We typically only work with temporary irrigation in the resource areas in the buffer zones. Ideally, native plants are selected to, they've evolved and adapted in these locations to be somewhat drought tolerant, and that's what our plant list is representing, citing things that maybe want a little bit more water where they might get it with site conditions. But as needed and as applied in the conditions on the project, we typically work with a irrigation contractor on an above ground temporary irrigation just at the beginning, so the plants get off on the right foot and are established.
I applaud your idea about irrigation. I think it's certainly modern and sensible, and the fact that you're choosing wild American prairie grasses for the most part that are used to surviving in the droughts and the heat of the summer in the Midwest and various other parts of America is very wise. And I think that's a great idea. I wish we had more customers that did the same thing.
Could I just ask a question since you're up here and we haven't talked about the tennis courts? And Charlotte, I'd like you to chime in and to see your thoughts on this. But first off, to the applicant, what is the proposal for the tennis courts? Are you going to keep them as is? Are you going to be doing work in the area? What's the plan for the tennis court?
Thank you for the question. The plan at the moment is really to keep them in kind. They've fallen into slight disrepair, so there'd be some minor improvements, maybe a resurfacing and just kind of a replacement of fence, but generally just kept in kind with no further kind of expansion in or around the buffer zone. I think if anything would maybe even contract slightly.
I was asking to go back to the site plan for specifically that reason and all the modifications around the tennis court. I see some proposed walkways. I'm not sure. I don't see the stairs on a satellite image. I'm not sure if those exist or not, and what looks like some kind of man-made edges, or if that was just not hatched, or what that is.
So currently, and I know we're working on a plot plan here, and I know it's zoomed in, but where the cursor is right now, those are existing today, and there's no proposal to meaningfully improve them or amend them in any way. So those are existing today.
So the stairs and the walkway are existing.
That one right there, yes.
And what is that structure that it crosses over?
That's a kind of
retaining wall,
vintage seawall.
Riprap.
Charlotte, do we have, I believe I looked on the OneDrive, you took some pictures out there. It might be helpful to share your screen and show the pictures and give us your thoughts from the agent standpoint.
Well, she's digging those up. I tried to reconcile some of the elevations here on this with the latest digital elevation model, and they're not entirely consistent. When was the last survey done here, last level survey done here?
This survey was completed in, I believe, where's our note here? 2016 with additional updates in 2019.
Yeah. Are there any spot elevations here? I looked at some of these crosses that had what looked like elevations, but now that I look a little more carefully at them, I think they're just proposals. For example, the one for the garage and the first floor elevation.
Yes,
It would be helpful. It would be helpful to have some spot elevations on this.
we can definitely add them. I typically turn them off only because it makes the plan very difficult to read, but I can definitely add some and put it on a separate plan for reference.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
I'm also concerned about right where you're right there. Stop.
Okay.
I'm looking at your blue wetland line there in Little Harbor.
Oh, here.
Yes, right. I'm a little puzzled by that, like that segment that you're going over right from there towards the bridge.
Yes.
What's the basis for that? I mean, the tide comes all the way up against the retaining wall there. And it would seem to me that that is the edge of your wetland. In fact, the 4-foot mean high water line is right up against the
So we have that over here.
wall here. Yeah, I saw that too. That's what kind of caught my attention. I tried to reconcile that with the digital elevation model, and one of the reasons it may not be consistent with it is because those elevations date from about between 2012 and 2014 or 15. And at least out on the beach here, that's a pretty dynamic system. It looks different every year, depending on what the storms have done. So I wouldn't expect necessarily the DEM to be representative, but I also wouldn't expect the lines that have been drawn based on elevation that were done in 2019 to be much better. So I think that it'd be, and I'm not sure that any of the regulatory lines here are actually based on that mean high water line. So
No.
maybe that's not relevant, but at least the one here inside Little Harbor does not appear to be in the right place to me. And if so, that means your buffer, I measured it, it's only about 30 feet from the edge of the southwest edge of the road. So it looks like that 50-foot and 100-foot buffer would be pushed in that direction. That's right, to the northeast. So I just like to see a little bit more confirmation of that wetland boundary to be sure that this really is accurate.
Yes, I see a note here. It says approximate. So because it's
I saw
off property, we don't typically flag wetlands off property. So I don't know. I can circle back and see how they actually located this wetland and confirm that for you.
Great.
Okay, I will zoom back out. And we wanted to go here.
I think most of that was answered except for that proposed walkway, which I think Ian mentioned that that's just a mode path. Is that the idea?
So he has he shows a path here from those steps, from the tennis court, existing steps here, sort of a little jiggy line, which I think is the vegetation. So this is a walking path from the driveway down and around the tennis court to the steps down to the beach.
So it's a mode pathway, basically.
Yeah, I think I would defer to Ian mode, or if it's just sort of, a pedestrian path.
Rambled.
It is a mode pathway on our restoration plan. We actually are proposing, you'll see a little hatch that proposes low bush blueberry and black huckleberry flanking the mode path to define the edge. But it would at this with this proposal be a mown path. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I can share my screen with the photos I took, but at least I didn't see the steps, but I did see like a basic kind of like sort of walking path. It didn't look like it was necessarily mowed. Also, when I went here, there was snow on the ground. But I'm happy to share my photos if,
Yeah. I can stop.
sure. And then, sorry, Kathy, I do see your hand raised. Did you have a question about the?
I had a question about the tennis court, but if you want to finish what you're talking about, I'll go back to that.
Sure, yeah. So this is the tennis court. It's kind of hard to see, but I think there was a general path right along the tennis court that kind of goes out. But I didn't see the steps, at least when I walked around. Andrew, I'm not sure if they're further up here. I did walk up to like most of the tennis court, but I didn't walk around the other side, but I didn't see like a path that was clear.
Yes, thanks, Charlotte. It's actually just around the corner here.
Okay. Is that it? Like right here, I guess, or?
So that's the start of that wall, and then that kind of carries along, and then the steps up to the tennis court. And yeah, there's actually some existing hardscape along this southern edge of the tennis court, which kind of in disrepair.
Okay, yeah, this is what it kind of looks like.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So could I go back and ask a question about the tennis court, maybe to Deborah or to Andrew? I read in the site plan that the tennis court was going to be used as kind of a staging area for during construction. And then after that, you were going to refurbish the tennis court. So my question is that the plan? And if so, what kind of material is going to be used for refurbishing the tennis court?
Sure, I can speak to that. You know, I think our plan, and in our early stages of developing a construction management plan, the thought was that the tennis court is obviously, you know, it's an existing kind of hard surface area that would be kind of effective for staging and also minimize the disruption and intrusion in other kind of areas that may be more sensitive. So our thought was to kind of use the tennis court for that reason, and then kind of, you know, at the end on the way out, just resurface it with kind of a standard material. I think we'd be open to discussion if there's guidance on those materials.
So it would be impervious material.
I think it's impervious today, and it would remain impervious.
Yes.
I'm not sure who I'm talking to.
Thank you.
But it is understood in the world of forest management that the fallen trees and dead bushes are a very valuable source of living area, food, sustenance, raising of the young to the wild species, to the point where very often in the 50-foot in the buffer zones, we don't allow removal of dead wood. We've done that before. What do you feel about the removal of dead wood and leaving what's there? Because it's certainly beneficial to the wildlife. What are your thoughts on that? Within the buffer zone, obviously outside the buffer zone, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I can touch on that. I mean, I think from our standpoint, and I appreciate the point in the comment, and certainly understand those dynamics, you know, from an on-site ecosystem. And, you know, Mr. Eisenhower, I think our view would be, we look at the buffer zone area as a bit of a mosaic. And I think if there'd be areas where it would make sense to leave those, or where the commission would maybe want us to explore leaving those, we remain open-minded.
Okay.
You know, I think our instinct was to remove them, but I think we remain open-minded, but probably would just want to look at the whole area and the whole restoration plan as a bit of a mosaic.
Yeah, I can't help but agree. You know, I think anything sympathetic would have to include what I would call areas of habitat value. Things that are important. It's clearly enshrined in the wetland regulations that we're not allowed to remove all of that. We shouldn't touch it. We're not allowed to alter it. But on the other hand, there's a bit of property, the development's probably going to go ahead. So we have to come to some sort of a balance here. I don't know how we do that, but I'm sure we can reach some artful compromise that would not only keep the site as ecologically pristine as possible, but also meet your needs as a homeowner. And I think that's something we need to discuss in the future.
Well, I think I'd absolutely be very open-minded to that. And again, between our team and Seth and Ian and Greg, we really want to be very thoughtful about all those items. So would welcome that discussion.
Okay.
I'd like to just
Back to the Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Can we get back to the excavation a little bit here?
That's where I was going.
Looks like we're talking about several thousand cubic yards at least of removal here. Do you guys have an excavation plan developed yet? And can we, at some point, can we start looking at those volumes of what you're going to remove? My concern is here that the structure is going to work as more or less a groundwater dam, and it's certainly going to change the flow of groundwater and surface water on the site. It's a really sensitive site in the sense that it's one of the last large blue mussel beds left on the south shore, sorry. And I just wonder if we're taking a risk here. That is an interest that is clearly defined by the state that we are supposed to look out for. And so I'm just wondering whether you guys have given it any thought and how you're going to deal with this. I mean, the rain garden is certainly a good idea if it's adequately sized and it's outside of the buffer. The idea of having, I like the idea of having these grasses that are not going to be mowed. That's certainly going to slow runoff a lot. Give that runoff a chance to soak into the gravel there instead of being discharged directly into the stream. So have you given that any thought at all?
Sure. And is this the excavation within the 100-foot buffer or within the?
No, I'm talking about the several thousand cubic yards of granite you're going to remove to put your house under.
Sure. I think we're still working through the precise excavation plan. It's something we could follow up in more detail, but Mr. Bell, I certainly would. I appreciate the comment regarding the blue mussel beds. I'm familiar with where those are, and I think they are. They certainly are precious. And I think as we think of the overall kind of on-site ecosystem, and obviously I think we've endeavored to be thoughtful with the rain garden and the infiltration chambers and the native grasses. But I think that it's a great kind of reminder that there's also more beyond those, and that to the extent there's any disturbance or disruption, hopefully we could kind of mitigate, or perhaps as part of our plan. And I have to admit, at a personal level, I'm underinformed on kind of how the blue mussel beds exactly kind of what they need to thrive. But I think if there's elements that we could introduce to the plan that would ensure that whatever their nutrients and kind of groundwater that they need aren't entirely disturbed, I think would welcome that. I'm a little uninformed on that specific.
It's more what they don't need, which is siltation. I mean, the reason that those mussel beds are thriving so well there is you have a giant plankton factory in Little Harbor, and you have almost no fine sediment that's coming out of it. It's pretty much what the sediment that is sweeping out of it is sand size and larger. So it's generally clear down there, except when there's plankton in the water, which of course that's what they're eating. So the siltation is really a critical issue here. I mean, I see that you've got a good plan for siltation barriers around the perimeter of your work area, and I would hope that as construction goes on, that there's a great deal of attention paid to keeping those in the right place, making sure it's not just a pro forma thing, that they really are serving their purpose. Because again, those mussel beds they're vulnerable to siltation. That's probably the biggest thing that can reduce their numbers. And as I said, the DMF has been sampling those for a long time. I've talked to the people that sample it, and some years ago, the sampler mentioned that this was the largest mussel bed still surviving on the South Coast, the largest, healthiest mussel colony that's left here. And so it's a prize. I mean, you're going to be a steward of something that's really, really very valuable. And from what I've seen, I trust that you are going to be a good steward. I mean, I like what I see here. I mean, the idea that you backed up against the as far away from the tidal river as you possibly can, that's a real plus. I guess I'm mostly concerned about the construction phase. So.
Well, and Tom, just to address my earlier comments earlier, and thank you for bringing up the excavation again. When I talked earlier about the excavation plan, what would significantly help the runoff, et cetera, would be to significantly moving the siltation barrier. Right now, the siltation barrier is proposed down next to the top of the coastal bank. In all instances, in projects like this, the silt sock or the siltation barrier is placed at the 50-foot buffer, because the 50-foot buffer is typically considered the no disturbance zone. So I would like to see, in the absence of any landscaping activities, at the very least, the siltation barrier be placed at the edge of the 50-foot buffer zone. And then secondly, we certainly absolutely need here some form of an excavation plan. There's not much room to work with. When you take out the no disturbance in the 50-foot buffer zone, I've, you know, it's echoing which is not really our jurisdiction, but the police and fire, about where everyone, construction workers are actually going to park here. It's almost like you're going to have to work from the back forward. You excavate from the back, cutting into that hill, load it on the truck, and get the truck out of there. I don't know where there's an actual area of staging that is outside of the 50, and we certainly don't want it in the 50, and I would not like to see it in the tennis courts. So a full excavation plan of how you're going to not only excavate, but get the trucks out of there, get the material out of there, how the trucks are going to go in and out, etc., would be the first step in many steps to moving this project forward.
If I may add as well, we do have in our town, we have a new site disturbance. I don't remember the name of it.
Land alteration
bylaw, which limits the amount of cut that actually can be removed from a site. It's actually a limit of just 10 cubic yards, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's very important to understand the excavation, so that, I mean, chances are you have many times more of that than
Chris, if I can interrupt you, that only applies, it doesn't apply to buildings and driveways. It only applies to, in most cases, I think when we start to see these, it's going to apply to sports courts and swimming pools and sheds and the like.
Well, we
don't
have
wanna
all
allow-
that on there, so it just has to be looked at. That's all.
Yeah, it does.
And absolutely, and I just want to recommit, you know, in person and on the record. I mean, with regards to, you know, siltation barriers, and again, Mr. Bell, back to your comment about the mussels, which I take that one really sticks out to me as well. And if there's extra siltation barriers that we should add, you know, not only at the 50, but maybe, you know, another layer, you know, further in. I think, you know, that's certainly something would be committed to. You know, I understand kind of the desire for additional information on an excavation plan, so we can study that further as well.
I'd also like to suggest that whatever excavation plan you have, that it has some level of kind of disaster immediacy. You know, we're seeing storms all the time. I could totally see a situation where the knotweed is removed and we're left with a big open earth area and we have a big nor'easter. And I mean, how much is that going to dump right into the water? I mean, this kind of, that's the level that has to be looked at in this area. I'd like to suggest from my perspective that and I'm not saying these all have to happen immediately. There needs to be a site visit where all the commissioners go out. They are shown through the site, you know, what trees are being removed, which ones are, you know, to remain. I think it's important. A big area of forested land is being altered. I think it's important that we have a third party review of this so that we get another perspective on what the impact is, not just in the 50-foot buffer, but also the 100-foot buffer. This is something that is within our purview if we think it's going to impact the resource area. And per Tom's comment about the mussels, I think we probably should have a third party look at the habitat, the wildlife habitat, and see what kind of concerns and impacts a fisheries biologist would have about this. So
I would just want to add that this is a really large and complex project in a very, very sensitive area. And we really want to see it done right. I know you do too, Mr. Flynn. And so it may start to sound burdensome what we're talking about, but it really, I hope you don't look at it that way. We just need to be sure about a lot of aspects of this before it gets too far down the road, before it's too late to make any alterations or difficult to make alterations to your plan.
Yeah, and I completely agree with the chair's recommendation on a site visit as an initial step. I would also definitely consider the third-party reviews. I think that this project is, as Tom mentioned, is very extensive, and we probably need to separate it out a little bit to talk about the actual construction of the driveway and the home and that which is outside of the 50-foot buffer zone, and talk more about those specifics. And then the whole kind of the second stage here, or other part of the project, which is this whole landscape restoration project, which is within the 50. They're two separate projects within one project, as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm.
I think there's some work to be done outside of the 50, but I'll be honest, I have significant concerns with this large restoration project, if you're calling that, for work within the 50. A dead tree is one thing. Just because a tree is maybe invasive and it's within the 50-foot buffer doesn't allow every homeowner in the town of Cohasset to say it's an invasive species, I want to cut it down. And then the third component is we actually have live, healthy trees that are not invasive that are being proposed to cut down. And we have show cause hearings, and we have some on the agenda tonight whereby one homeowner may have cut down one tree within the 50-foot buffer zone, and here we are asking them to replant 2 or 3 trees to account as a mitigation project. So I just want to say I have concerns with that, with the scale of the restoration project. And as I also pointed out, section, I believe it was 39 of our bylaws, that talks about the pesticides and herbicides that are strictly prohibited for use absent good cause shown. So I would like to dig into that a little bit further. Not tonight. I anticipate this meeting to be continued, but I'll leave that to the chair. But I second the site visit in the near future, and after the snow's melted, preferably.
Yeah.
I would like to make one other request, and that is of Mr. Wilkinson and Mr. Peach. Is it possible that you could get permission from one or more of your clients that if anyone from the Conservation Commission and our conservation agent was able to visit a restoration or two, which you have managed over time, so that we can get a better understanding of what your proposal might mean in 2 years and 5 years, and get a better feel for this? I mean, we certainly can rely just on the a third party review, but obviously if seeing is much more critical. I'm a believer that when a plan's put in front of me, I kind of expect to a certain level of confidence that that's what's going to be there in 3 years or 5 years or whatever.
Yeah.
So it would be very helpful if we might see some of your restoration projects and get a certain level of comfort if we're actually going to move ahead with this?
Certainly, we've actually done that before. It might be a little bit of a drive, but if you're up for it, that's certainly something we could do. For anyone who's not up for the drive, another thing that has been helpful, I think, in other towns that we haven't worked in as frequently is sometimes the agent reaches out to the agent in another town where we've brought lots of projects through to compliance stages and just gets their candid opinion. We certainly have no sway over their opinion, so that's just a good way to get an unbiased opinion of how our projects look, 3, 5, 10 years out, if you were up for that. So happy to do either or both.
Mr. Wilkinson, do you have experience, does your company have experience in non-herbicide based eradication programs for Japanese knotweed? Other more what I would call organic or less intrusive methods of elimination?
Thank you, Eric. I was going to ask the same thing. Great question.
Yeah, I wish we did. We have tried.
It's a tough one to fight. I know. Yeah.
Trial.
It's the same thing with Phragmites.
Yes, and which is another one we've done some experimentation on. But I think that the data is pretty clear that unfortunately there just really hasn't been any other than a 10-foot deep excavation and 30 feet, which is not usually appropriate in conservation areas.
Then you have to remove all the soil in the buffer zone. So what have you achieved in that case?
It's a very challenging, and it is an issue that's near and dear to both of our hearts. I was just realizing that both Ian and I live on organic farms. I think Ian's farm is organic. Yeah, he's in the vineyard and I'm on Cape Cod. And so whenever we can do things organically, that's the way that we do it. And not chemically, but organically. This is just one of those species where it hasn't shown to be effective, and it has shown to be this species has shown to be very, very effective at degrading habitat, substantially degrading habitat. And that's why it's always a balancing act. And so using the absolute smallest amount of herbicide has been what we found to be the most ecologically appropriate.
Okay.
And I'll just, to all the commissioners, and again, thank you for everybody's time this evening, and in particular to some of the comments a few minutes ago from Mr. Bell, Mr. McFarland, Mr. Kumpar, Mr. Eisenhower. I just want to kind of agree and acknowledge the complexity and the complication, the complicated nature of the site. And I think, we have sought to be very deliberate and measured in how we've approached things to date. And, you have my word, we want to continue to be very deliberate and measured and thorough. We want to work in good faith through this. And, I just ask kind of humbly for a reciprocal degree of willingness to engage and willingness to kind of work through this in a spirit of collaboration, because we want to make sure all of these elements are addressed and all of them are kind of covered. I really appreciate everything that's been brought up this evening. And, even Charlotte, all the questions you followed up with last week were very helpful and insightful for us. And hopefully we're able to respond to most of them, and we want to continue to. So, I really welcome the opportunity to walk the site with everybody in the next couple of weeks, barring, any crazy weather. And Charlotte, hopefully we could coordinate that with you.
Sure. Yeah, I guess, Andrew, we can be in touch with that. And I guess for the third party review, we can discuss that as well. But yeah, I'm definitely happy to work out setting up a site visit, per your schedule over the next couple of weeks. Definitely.
I just want to thank everybody for the time, the comments, and just again, as we've tried to bring stewardship and responsibility to this project, and those will remain, the core principles as we go forward.
One last question, Ms. Keller, will you be filing for Chapter 91?
Not that I'm aware of. No dock being proposed. Extension out past bank that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sorry.
I thought, okay.
It'll have to be a very seaworthy dock to survive that coastline.
Sure would.
No, I thought any development on property that fronted on the water needed a Chapter 91.
My understanding is and if we're putting in a fixture such as a dock or a pier, needs Chapter 91, but I can circle back and double check that.
Yeah, please do. Okay, I'm gonna can we agree then to continue this hearing? The next meeting date is March the 10th. That's 2 weeks. We could at least get in the site visit by then, but I'm not sure we could get any kind of third party input by then. Should we go the 10th or should we go the 24th?
Well, if we have to discuss I would continue the hearing till the next meeting and see where we are based on that. And then we haven't talked about a third party and what the third party would even be looking at. So my recommendation is to continue this to the next meeting, have a discussion, and if there's a third party involved for any type of review, do it at that meeting.
That's fine by me.
Sure, and hopefully we could maybe fit in the site visit between now and then, and certainly make ourselves available for other follow-ups.
That sounds great. Okay, so NOI 22-07 and stormwater permit 22-03 for 205 Atlantic Avenue is now continued until March the 10th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 22-05 and stormwater permit 22-02 at 136 Atlantic Avenue. This was continued from February the 3rd. This is a application for a pool and a pool house.
I see we have Caroline Reese from Cavanero Consulting. We have Ethan Myers, who's the property owner, and then we have John Zimmer, who's the wetland scientist.
Good evening, everyone. You want me to start?
Yes, please.
My name is, for the record, Caroline Reese from Cavanero Consulting in Norwell, Massachusetts. I'm representing the applicants and homeowners, Ethan and Liana Myers of 136 Atlantic Avenue. As you see, John Zimmer's on and Ethan's on as well, and they may want to contribute. This hearing was continued from February 3rd, as you know. We have submitted a notice of intent and a stormwater application to, on behalf of the owners, to construct the pool, patio, and pool house in the rear of their property. And Charlotte, would you like to share the screen? I can kind of refresh everyone with the site plan and then kind of go through some of the action items that I took from the last meeting.
Sure. Do you want me to share my screen for the most recent site plan?
Please, or if you want to share with me, I have it up too. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say either or.
I have a couple of pictures too. Remind me of the trees.
Okay.
Whichever works easiest.
Here, I can share. So this is the most recent revision from our site visit last week with a couple of commissioners and associate commissioners. And we had revised the plan per some of the discussions at last week's meetings I'm sorry, last week's visits, excuse me. And we had noticed, Caroline, sorry if I'm jumping in here, but just I'll point out that one of the revisions is these two trees that are marked right here. Some of them are kind of falling down in the lawn, and one is leaning against the property line fence. And so these were added to be proposed to be removed per the property owners and and Caroline.
Correct. Okay, well, just to refresh everyone, this is a proposed pool project. This part of the plan has not changed much except the plantings. They propose to build a pool and patio that'll abut this area ledge in the rear of their dwelling, and also about a 500 square foot footprint of a pool house. The pool area will be retained with a wall here, about 6.5 feet high max, and stormwater will be treated by directing the roof drains of the dwelling as well as 700 square feet of the patio to an infiltration system. And that's just kind of a summary in the nutshell. From last meeting, what I got is a few items. One is to investigate further the potential vernal pool that came up on Mass Mapper or the old Mass Oliver mapping system. A second thing was to address the issue of plantings within the 100-foot buffer to make sure they're all native plantings. And a third thing is we had a site visit to kind of investigate the wetlands and walk the site, get a better handle on the site. Regarding the potential vernal pool, I contacted NHESP by phone and email and got prompt responses from both, which was fantastic. They both agreed, as Tom alluded to last meeting, that that spot was a general marker of a potential vernal pool that may or may not be in the area. That was based on 1 in 12,000 scale images from 2013. So they're just kind of saying, look in this area. And I think Tom kind of said that there could be something. So the exact location of the point wasn't that particular. The gentleman who emailed me did do some further investigation and noted, as we suspected, it potentially could be one in the IVW or the BVW. And Charlotte, would I be able to use my screen? I have some.
Absolutely, yeah, if that's easier.
Then I can, I have pictures as well of the trees. The gentleman from NHESP who emailed me sent me 2 possible coordinates, and I have pictures of them on my screen. Let's see, can I share? Pardon me, I'll try to share my screen. Thank you. If you want to see, I'll just pull up my plans. Okay, so I'm zoomed out here. But yes, so we have our 2 wetlands here, and he identified coordinates that could be potential centroids for a potential vernal pool. One over here in the IVW. I did put them on Google Maps if you want to see it. And the other one over here, but again, these are just ballparks, he said, but thought maybe it'd be up here. It was on 138. I can show you the locations. So he gave me coordinates. This is where they come up. This is the Myers property. This is 136. That's their house. That's their garage. This is 138. I think they were on the agenda last week with a shed, but these are just ballparks based on him looking at pictures more. And as you know, they're potential pools that haven't been certified. The second issue was the landscape plan. Originally, we submitted a landscape plan and proposed some non-native species. I'm going to zoom in a little up by the pool patio, up on the retaining wall. Let me get that bigger. And I revised the site plan to indicate, hopefully clearly with a note here and here, that only native species and or native grasses are to be permitted within the 100-foot buffer. And they had to be approved by the Conservation Commission as well, or selected from the Conservation Commission list. So the Myers had invested significantly in the previous landscape plan, and I think I'm speaking on their behalf. My impression is, and we could check with them, is they kind of wanted to wait to work through some other issues before they invested in another detailed landscape plan, but we're hoping an indication that will only use native plantings that are permitted by conservation in that area would suffice. There's also a general note that no herbicides and pesticides can be used within the buffer. And the third element was the site visit, which occurred over 2 days. Charlotte was at both. I was at one on the 18th. And John Zimmer primarily, I think, walked us all through the wetland areas and the concerns. And at that point, we noted the 2 trees. The Myers mentioned the 2 trees which come down, and I can show you pictures of those. This is one, and it looks like these are connected. As I understand, the primary concern about this one, because it looks like it's parallel to the grass line, but it leans into the grass and they have 5 children playing. So the kids are under, this kind of comes towards the property, even though you can't see it there. The other one is a potential hazard to the shed. And we did not survey them, but there's the neighbor's shed, and wanted to point them out because they're about on the, they're within the 50 probably. That's not surveyed, I put a note.
What are the trees covered with? Is that ivy?
That's a good question. I don't know my,
They look very dead to me. I mean, with that much ivy, if they're not dead yet, they're closing, they're moving.
yeah.
Fast, so.
And this is very low to the ground. I can imagine with children and friends, that probably could, that doesn't seem too stable to me, but I'm not a.
I'm sure if you had a discussion with our conservation agent, you could reach an agreement to remove those.
I think so. Okay, and with that, I think that covers most of the issues from last time. So maybe I'll return it if you want to hear from John Zimmer about the wetlands, or open it to questions or more concerns. Anything I missed?
Commissioners who visited the site, does anyone have any comments or
No.
or concerns that are still lingering?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, please.
So I walked over to the pond that is to the, still on screen there. And there's standing water there now. I suspect there's been standing water there since November. I've also looked at it with the digital elevation model. It is a closed topographic depression, so it can hold water indefinitely by the looks of it. Does not have a perennial stream connecting it to the pond down by the road. So, you know, it meets a number of the criteria for a vernal pool. And our wetland bylaws don't say it has to be certified.
Mm-hmm.
They specifically say that it does not need to be certified. It's not even silent about that subject.
Mm-hmm.
So the only requirement is that it meet the criteria for a vernal pool. We don't know whether this one would or wouldn't until April, when we can actually test it for the presence of shrimp and frogs. But it sure looks like the real thing. It's fairly extensive. You can see it on the satellite imagery that it extends well to the off the left of the screen. And
over here,
say it's holding water now.
Mm-hmm.
It is overflowing actually in places, and interestingly enough, it looks like there's flowing water between it and the pool down by the road, and it's flowing pretty much right about where the swimming pool is going to go. So I'm a little puzzled that if you have flowing water, and in fact, I walked down there and went into about my ankles, I guess, in totally saturated soil. I'm just a little puzzled why wasn't flagged as a wetland. Maybe Mr. Zimmer can address that. Looked like hydric soils to me.
Right around here.
Nobody can identify plants out there this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Sure.
John Zimmer with South River Environmental. I delineated the wetland in June, I believe it was of last year, and I did not find a predominance of hydrophytic vegetation between those two areas. There may be surface water present at the time. Now, as you know, we had a fairly significant snow cover followed by a significant rain event, which can lead to standing water when also you have frozen soils. So you can have, kind of a perch situation, that's a temporary in nature. But when I delineated the area, I delineated the wetland that you referenced, and then the other one down closer to the roadway. So I did not see any surface connectivity between the two wetlands. There was no channelized flow between the two.
No, I didn't see any channelized flow either. It's mainly sheet flow, but the ground is totally saturated. Mr. Zimmer, when you delineated the upper pond, was there standing water in it in June?
I believe that there was some standing water in it during the time, yes.
Yeah. So that's just more evidence that this very well could be a vernal pool. The criteria are that there be standing water for 60 days between at any time, 60 continuous days between January 1st and July 1st. And the state biologist who runs this, can't remember his name, maybe Ms. Reese can remind me if she talked to him, but he said that the critical month really is April. And if it's holding water in April and it's adjacent to woodland and there is a fairly extensive conservation area there, woodland, it's very likely to be a viable vernal pool. So to my mind, it's pretty likely that's what we're looking at here, in which case we're not talking about a 50 and 100-foot buffer. We're talking about a 100-foot no disturb zone. And
can I just jump in here, Tom? So let's just assume for discussion purposes only that it would be considered a vernal pool. Our wetlands rules and regulations talk about there should be no significant impact to wildlife habitat. Correct, there is a 100-foot buffer around the vernal pool. The vernal pool should not be filled, altered, or otherwise destroyed. It also talks about that there should be no structures within the 100 feet of the vernal pool. It does say in the bylaws, a minimum natural vegetative buffer strip of 100 feet must be maintained. So I go back to the project, and the big question here is, what is the disturbance if we are dealing with a 100-foot buffer? What is the disturbance? Is it truly a vegetated buffer that will exist, or there will be vegetation exist at the end of the project? Is it a temporary vegetated buffer disturbance at the end of the day, or are there truly structures here that we're dealing with? And I'll throw this back to Caroline.
Well, the dimensions to this point of the BVW, and I believe, I don't know, Tom, you may know, the standing water tended to be more over here in 138, where there was a shed removal. I think it was on the agenda last meeting, but I think it's more over here. But for our dimensions, the minimum distance to the BVW here is 95 feet from the patio. And from the retaining wall, it's 84 feet. But as I said, I think the standing water was closer to the shed. I measured these distances were well over 100 feet to the corner of the lot. And if you look at, again, it's pardon me, a pinpoint location. Next one. This is a ballpark where he thought the centroid of the water was on the neighboring property. We have 30 feet here, and I have from the corner of our lot to the edge of our native plantings is 100 and an additional 110 feet. I mean, these are, again, ballpark measurements, but about 140 feet away. The wall is about 160 feet away from that red point he gave me, and the patio is 180 feet away. So again, it depends on if there is a vernal pool where the boundary is, but our distances are close to 100 feet from the BVW. We're using the same wetlands for the shed project on 138 Atlantic that was on the agenda with us last week. And that's, it's right about here.
Okay.
But that's what I have.
Right, and just to add on to that for a second with respect to the ecology, the pools and the associated habitat, you know, we discussed this a little bit at the site walk, that the buffer zone is to protect the upland dispersal habitat for the obligate species, the wood frogs and spotted salamanders that may be using the pool. And based on the current situation with the existing development, the frogs and salamanders are going to be moving, the 50-foot buffer zone is vegetated. As you get out of the 50 towards the edge of the 100, you come up towards the lawn area, and a significant amount of invasive species that are in there as well. So the species, the individuals that may be breeding in that pool are likely coming from areas to the north of the pool where it's more well vegetated. They're not likely spending the majority of their lives during the non-breeding periods up closer to the developed area associated with the current residents.
I'd say that the guess at the centroid is sort of irrelevant here. First of all, it's a guess. Secondly, the centroid isn't where anything's measured from. It's measured from the edge.
Right, but
And
that's all I have.
Yeah, and the wetland line is right at 21.4 feet. That's the lip of that closed depression.
Well, I tend to disagree with that to some degree, because as you get away from wetland flags 1 and 2 and 3, the potential vernal pool habitat is probably 10 to 15 feet interior of the delineated wetland boundary. So as you get towards flags 4, 5, 6.
Well, I'm just telling you what the topography is, that that the closing contour here, in other words,
Right.
the potential pond full pool elevation is 21.4 feet. And it actually mimics or follows the wetland line that you delineated. That's why I asked if there was standing water. I wondered if you just walked
Right,
on the
understood,
edge
but
there and flagged the edge of the water. But in any case, the topography is such that closing contour is 21.4 feet, and that's right where your wetland line is. So that would be considered the edge of it, the high water mark for the potential vernal pool, I believe.
it's the delineation of the vernal pool habitat is based on the actual field conditions and not necessarily a specific ground elevation.
No, that's true. And so when it's full, if you delineated it, that's where it would be. If
But
you
having
waited,
a
of course,
full
till June,
basin,
if you wait till
having
June,
a
it's
full
going to be-
basin could be outside of that period where you're getting breeding activity. It could be in, November to November to December or early January, outside of the breeding season.
Mhm. Could be. We're really close here. It's true, the lawn isn't great habitat for salamanders and frogs. I agree completely. However, on the down slope behind that outcrop there of granite, that's a pretty low area. It's kind of a mess now after the tractor was taken in there to do the test pits, unfortunately. But clearly that was habitat. So really, let's get back to how to fix this. What kind of modifications can be done here to be less disruptive in that zone from 50 to 100 feet?
Hey, Tom, it's Ethan. I just wanted to provide a little bit of incremental color. The area that you're referencing between the wetlands and the proposed property that you did walk, the amount of,
Over here.
let's call it wet area that you were seeing there,
Yeah.
is something that we almost never see, and you'll never see that in the summer months. It's incredibly dry on that area between the wetlands on the upper left side of this diagram and the ones that are down by the road. So, and the disturbance that you saw from a tractor, that's always looks like that in the winter. There's nothing in there. It's just a wasteland. And then, the vines and, other things tend to sort of take over during the summer months. So I appreciate that there's the concern of yours that, there may be extra activity, but I can, for what it's worth, for my word, obviously, I live on the property and you haven't had a chance to see it in the summer months. It's dry as a bone if you can get in there. And it's obviously, whatever disturbance was caused to get back in there for testing purposes has very little to do with what it looks like under normal conditions.
Let me just propose a hypothetical. If there was going to be a third-party review on this, I'm not sure who we would ask to do it, but if we simply said that they would provide their opinion as to whether or not this is a vernal pool. Well, first of all, I don't know if we could get someone to actually commit to that or not, but if we did, would that satisfy you one way or another?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, we're about 5 weeks away from when this could be settled one way or the other, 5 to 6 weeks away.
Mm-hmm.
The other issue is whether or not the vernal pool is on the neighbor's property and whether or not the neighbor would grant you access to their property if, as described earlier, that it sounded like the portion of the vernal pool may be off-site.
Some of it's on Cohasset Conservation Trust land.
Conservation Trust, yeah.
So it does look like it's accessible. And in fact, the property line's close enough there. So, you don't need to go over the entire pool. Basically, if you can find fairy shrimp in it and you can make a recording of wood frogs, you've made your case.
I'm sorry, but hasn't John already provided an opinion on whether or not there's a vernal pool or vernal pool activity within the 100-yard or the 50?
Well,
sorry,
I don't
100 or
think,
the 50?
I don't think he can know any better than anybody else, because we don't know whether the obligate species is there, unless maybe it's hard to prove a negative here.
That's correct. I mean, we're not in the time of year when those obligate species are breeding, so you can't tell one way or the other if it is definitive. I guess I would go back to the discussion on, habitat protection and the amount of work that's proposed within the 100-foot, and it's actually going to be, the majority of it's actually going to be vegetated as well. And you may actually, with that retaining wall, potentially deter juveniles and adults from moving back up into areas where they may be heading into the lawn and subject to additional sources of mortality.
Retaining walls to save frogs.
I mean, that they have those, I mean, they regularly have retaining walls that move into crossings under roadways and things. So
I'm aware of those. I think
and they work.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the ledge does it too, probably there.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. The increase in impervious in the 100, I know it's just impervious, it's 180 square feet, including the wall. And I don't know, we could work and ask John if there are better native plantings to put down here for a potential species. I'm not sure what they're doing at 138 Atlantic, but we could ask what they're doing. I think they just came before you. If there's something we can mimic or try to make that area more inviting. I know everyone's been waiting, especially in this economy in this time, but I think the window for the Myers is running short for spring construction, which is, I believe, their preference. I know it's just, I'm wondering if there's something we can do now to move forward and try to reach something that would work for the.
Well, we can't engineer it for you.
No.
And if you can come up with a plan that kind of works a little bit better than this, maybe.
And the issue is
Well, the issue is proximity to the vernal pool. And
I'm sorry, Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. That we do not know. I don't think we can call this a vernal pool.
We'll call it
I don't think that's a fair characterization of the area.
We'll call it a potential vernal pool. That's what the state calls it. So,
Right, so I would, from a biological perspective, it's absolutely a potential vernal pool. But you need to also look at whether or not the proposed activity is going to have a potential adverse effect on the ability of the resource area, so of the wetland, of the potential vernal pool, to provide that habitat and to provide that function in the future. The amount of work that's proposed here, which is predominantly vegetation, a little bit associated with the retaining wall in the pool, it is not, in my professional opinion as a wildlife biologist, is not going to have an adverse effect on the ability of that pool to continue to provide that breeding habitat for obligate species. They're going to continue to use it as they are using it currently. And if you've seen the existing development at 130, I believe it's 138, basically goes almost right up to the edge of the pool. And if it's a functioning pool now with that activity there, then it's going to continue to function based on the limited amount of work that's proposed in the 100.
yeah, there's a lot of chipping away at these buffers.
Understood.
Everybody could argue that, well, my single chip is not going to matter.
Right, and I think
in fact, if I'd been more aware of this wetland and how it was characterized, I think it would have had a very different opinion about 138. I know I would have.
So, you may be able to build conditions in that we, if you allow the project to move forward, it's obviously your decision. We could investigate that pool and determine definitively if it is or isn't, and potentially provide certification documents so that we get additional protection under the act as well as the bylaw.
Mm-hmm. Regarding the engineering, we got this, the Myers have had architects and landscape architects, but I think as we discussed, and maybe Ethan can chime in, this is the location. We tried to stay as far away from both the IVW and the BVW. We have sewer and utility lines here, coming over here just gets closer. This is the location they feel that works. And I think maybe Ethan, you can speak to it, but they don't have an alternative site. So to get all this out of the 100, it'd be a very different project, or maybe no project at all. I think everyone tried to come up with a design that is mostly plantings within the 100. We stayed out of the 50 and tried to do our best to meet their needs. And
would you outline the extent of the wall, please? Is it?
Sure. I think is it a foot wide or 1.5 feet wide? 1 foot wide. There's a fence there, a pool fence, but the wall comes from here and makes an L shape and hits the back of the pool house. It's a Versalock wall designed by SSB Engineering. I think some information was originally provided. So I don't know, Ethan, if you want to speak to maybe, are there alternatives or?
No, I mean, we worked, at length with our landscape architect to try to facilitate a project that we thought the commission would be comfortable with, knowing that we were well beyond the 50 of any wetlands in the area, and working very hard to keep the footprint of any development or disturbances as far away from even the 100 as possible. And so, we do have other property. The other property is effectively at risk from, as we mentioned, there's utilities, there's sewage. We have, 5 kids and 3 young boys and, wiffle ball matches on our yard. And so, this is a piece of our property that we would have preferred to and would still like to actually have our pool put in. and again, have gone to great lengths to make this this project fit in with the natural topography as best as possible. So there is no plan B. There's no other opportunity for moving the pool at this point. And from a timing perspective, we have had outstanding bids with contractors, pool construction people from several months ago at this point. And our concern is that, as you guys can all appreciate, the level of cost inflation on construction materials is escalating rapidly, and is probably 30 or 40 or 50% higher than when they gave us the original bids. And so, any further delays in this, and I'm already worried about incremental pressure from our contractors on this project. So it would be obviously pretty disappointing on our end if that were to be the outcome.
Did you say that's a pool fence at the top of the wall?
Pardon? Oh, a fence, just a, protective safety fence. They have an auto cover on the pool. I meant a fence.
Okay, so it's a guardrail is what it is.
Probably, correct. I'm sure for kids.
And can you zoom in there and just review the contours that are associated with that wall?
Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I hear my cursor does that. Let me come up. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why some drawings, sometimes my cursor does that. If you can kind of see here, so the natural or existing topography, we have 20 here, 21, up to 27 over here. The pool and patio would sit in here with fill. So the wall would extend virtually, it'd be tapered from maybe a
it's
foot
flush on the left and it goes up to.
This is about
7
elevation
feet at the other
20
end.
and the top of wall is 2026. So the high point would be about 6.5 feet, and then tapering to pretty much nothing there. Does that answer your question?
Yes. What's the elevation at the pool patio?
The pool patio is averages 27. We have 27.2 around the edging of the pool to 26.9 at the pool house, which is flush with the patio. Comments?
I can't hear anything.
That's because no one's saying anything.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it'd gone dead.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll speak, and maybe this is the last thing to say if no one else has anything else to add to the conversation at this point. But as I just said, we've gone to great lengths and great care and great expense to try to make this as acceptable and approvable a project as possible. I understand there's concerns. I understand that the commission is maybe newly aware of concerns that they weren't aware of a few weeks ago. And I appreciate the fact that there's been a ton of building across town and that there's all sorts of encroachment. I think you can appreciate, based on looking at this design, that we've gone to great lengths to limit and any damage that's being created to the natural, if anything is being improved. Anyone who came to our house and walked that property can understand how, with additional native plantings surrounding the proposed project, is going to make this a much better piece of wildlife refuge, or whatever we should call it, than it was previously or is currently. And so I don't know how these processes work. I don't know what the procedure is for here. I don't see what else we can do on our end. There is no plan B. So I don't know if there are votes that occur or how we have to move forward, but
Well,
that's the last thing I have to say.
I can explain to you if you'd like. We can either take a vote, in which case you would either be approved or denied, or we can look for some sort of a solution. And if you're saying there's no plan B, then then the only other outcome would be that there's an agreement that there is or there is not a vernal pool here. That's what it comes down to.
I think the offer to establish it one way or another is at least part of the solution.
What's
So
that, Tom?
That delays us out until April.
I think that Mr. Zimmer's suggestion that were to go ahead even before we determine whether or not it's a vernal pool, but the ability to prove it one way or another after the fact, which wouldn't, of course, have any impact on what we would approve that you can build, Mr. Myers, is a good start to the solution. Simply to, we're having problems. We have quite a few of these in town, and we've been ignoring them, which is not a good thing. Vernal pools have been singled out among other specifically named natural features that the state has prioritized. These are disappearing all over the state, and we have quite a few of them in Cohasset. I'm uncomfortable with nibbling away at the buffers around these. I mean, I accept what Mr. Zimmer said about the impact of this small area on whatever wildlife is there that uses this pond. There is a principle, though, that the state actually established that really there shouldn't be any disturbance within 100 feet of a vernal pool. So it's kind of a conundrum here. What do we do? I mean, can we find some way forward here? And I think getting it certified is a good thing, even after the fact, because there's other surrounding properties, and just the fact that it's there would give us greater confidence to protect it. It sounds like you're fairly dug in about not making any alterations here. The pool's 38 by 18. Maybe it could be smaller. Maybe it could be moved over 20 feet. You've got a setback to worry about, it looks like. But so that would require a rotation as well. We can't design the alternative for you, but something's got to give here. Or as Chris says, we're going to have a vote, and you can roll the dice, or you can, I suppose, bend a little bit. And I'm not sure where you're going to bend or how or what. Is it a matter of moving the pool to the northeast and reorienting the pool house, or reducing the scale of the project a bit? I'm still wondering what I'm looking at on the northwest or the north side of the retaining wall. I see that there's a infiltration chamber that I have my doubts is actually going to work part of the time, because I know that John Cavanaro measured 44 inches down to standing water, but apparently that looks like that pit must have been filled in before he waited a day or so to see how high the water table was, because he makes in his notes that the sides were weeping. Well, when the sides are weeping, the pit is filling, not very fast, but it's filling. So I really wonder about the location of that.
Yeah, we designed this assuming the elevation was at about 20. We did not go down 44 inches. That's why we have fill on top of the infiltration.
Isn't there a diagram on the left side? Isn't there a
yes, but we, in a conservative manner, where we place the infiltration system, we assumed 20 is the maximum height, and then the bottom of the infiltration system's at about 22. So, I mean, those were the observations in the field, and then we use a little judgment and we raise the infiltration system, hoping it'll work, in effort to make it work. It's standing water 44 inches down. We're assuming groundwater is, well, yeah, 19.8.
Groundwater,
Here.
the groundwater when I was out there was at the surface.
Right, but I think as Ethan and.
No,
John
obviously in
know-
June, it's not going to be at the surface. But
No, but there was a lot of.
Tom, in
snow
fairness,
melt.
we had several inches of snow in a
Right.
60-degree day. I
Right.
mean, that's not at all normal conditions. That's a 2-day situation, right? I mean, that's,
23 is up here, so we did not use that for our assumption of groundwater. We came up, that's 17.6, elevation 17.6. We
Mhm.
came up over 2 feet and said, okay, maybe our groundwater's here, and then built up from there.
Mhm.
Trying to be conservative, hoping we could design something that, yeah, would meet the 2-foot clearance. So I think,
So,
we took a conservative estimate there.
so explain to me a little bit more about the colored, scroll down a little bit, please.
Sure.
There's a strip right there that runs from the infiltration chamber towards the TP1, the other pit. What is that? What is this patterning? Is that a plant?
Oh, this is also plantings,
Yeah.
bringing them down and around.
Okay.
This
And-
whole hatched area, this is a little over 1,000 square foot of native plantings
Uh-huh.
that we're proposing to
And-
cover any disturbance area we're assuming in any area, that equipment and our goal is to improve the area with plantings. We could make that smaller, but thinking that, conservation grasses and plantings would be an asset.
And the structure that is linear that runs from the to the north, it's on the north side of this and then wraps around it. What is that?
This,
No, step out of it. There's another structure that's linear.
this one?
No, keep going.
Oh, this, the
Yeah.
silt sock?
What is that?
The silt sock?
Oh, I see. Okay, thanks.
Sure, I'm sorry. This is the
Mr.
pool
Chair, can I make
equipment.
a couple comments?
Yes, please.
Please.
So what I see here, it's if this is going to move forward for whatever vote may potentially take place, what we have here in front of us on this plan is a BVW.
Mhm.
And on the plan, there is no work proposed in the 50-foot buffer zone in the no disturbance. I truly believe that if this were considered a BVW, we would have probably voted on this project about an hour ago, if not at the last meeting. So that's what I see in front of us. There has been some discussion about the vernal pool. In discussions, made some great points on both sides, I have to say. It's difficult to make a determination on enforcing or trying to maintain a 100-foot buffer on the vernal pool when there's a question of whether or not it's actually a vernal pool or not. So taking that the side that it may be a vernal pool, maybe, the question here is whether or not there is significant disturbance, whether or not there is a structure involved, or whether or not the vegetated buffer within the 100-foot of the vernal pool is going to be maintained at the end of the day, and whether or not the commission is okay with that. And then we don't even know if this is a vernal pool, where the edge of the vernal pool is. Is the edge of the vernal pool the edge of the flagged wetland now, or is it more inland or over to the neighboring property? If that's the case, the 100-foot vegetated buffer moves further off-site, whereby there's minimal disturbance. Compounding this is in the corner of the shed for 138 Atlantic Avenue. 138 Atlantic Avenue went through without any discussion whatsoever, and as was pointed out earlier, had this vernal pool issue been brought up, I strongly believe there would have been much further discussion on, was it, I guess, 136. I apologize for the numeration of the Atlantic Ave properties here. But clearly, shed is a structure and is closer to the vernal pool if it is, and probably would have not been allowed because it is a structure. So that's what you have. Right now, we have a BVW on the plan with no disturbance in the 50-foot buffer. You can vote on that, Or you can, in my view, look at this to see whether or not make a determination, be it a third party, which will delay everything, and get a full further determination on the vernal pool. Or C, call it a vernal pool, and then say to yourself whether or not a vegetated buffer still exists on the edge of the vernal pool, which we don't even know where the edge is, and if the commission is happy with that. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but we do need to move it along.
I agree with you, Jay. I haven't said much, but I have a rather firm opinion here. I am not going to vote on this project until I see a memo from Mr. Zimmer that says exactly whether we have a vernal pool and where it is. If that's 5 weeks from now, so be it. Until that time, I won't vote. So I will abstain, Mr. Chairman, from voting on this, all right? Because I cannot vote on this given the high level of uncertainty that we have. We're going left and right. I don't think that's fair to anybody involved. We're talking about 5 weeks here, which is nothing. I know it's a bit of a delay, but this project's been delayed anyways, and I believe in 5 weeks' time, Mr. Zimmer will give us the information we need. And until then, I'm not going to vote.
Yeah, I would just potentially caution, because outside of April through late May, any project that comes before you that has a potential vernal pool or standing water within a BVW, you would have to table until the next vernal pool season. I mean, unless the project is designed to maintain 100 foot even for any potential vernal pool.
And at what point is every wetlands now considered at risk of a vernal pool?
Nope.
Every single
Maybe.
wetland or any?
No,
piece
that's
of
not true
standing
at all.
water?
That's not true at all.
Maybe that's our policy problem. We've been rolling over vernal pools and not giving them the justice we needed in the past. And then maybe we should be waiting when we run into something like this instead of just rushing it on through. Rushing it on through keeps the Cavaneros happy, keeps all the construction companies happy. Maybe we need to sit back, look at it, and be more thoughtful and a bit more scientific as to how we evaluate these. But that's neither here nor there. All right.
There's a couple of things. First of all, every BVW is not a vernal pool. They are very specific physiographic entities. They're well defined and they're distinct from BVWs. Now, a lot of our IVWs in town probably are vernal pools. What I'm looking at is closed topographic depressions that show up on the digital elevation models. Almost all of those are almost certainly vernal pools, as it turns out. And we have, as Eric says, we have been ignoring these. We're going to start seeing a bunch of these come in front of us. And I worry that if we keep rolling on these things, we're setting a very bad precedent. And that's
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a recommendation here that rather than push this off 5 weeks, 2 months, whatever the time frame may be, that the applicant consider the impacts if in fact this were a vernal pool, the edge of the vernal pool, and consider the impacts to the wildlife and the interest of the 100-foot buffer, and convey that argument at the next meeting.
Did John speak to that?
Otherwise, we're going to be here for the next 2 months in the same spot we are now.
Okay.
Right.
Just for me, I need some clarity beyond what John Zimmer's spoken to. What exactly can we do at this point? Or what are you looking for?
I think what I've heard is some of the commissioners would like it in writing.
From John
as far
Zimmer?
as what potential impacts those are. And I haven't seen that. If it's out there, please remind me of that. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen that.
Okay.
And
Like a
maybe,
little, an environmental report for this particular site?
yeah, and again, I personally am listening to this argument over and over. I don't know where the edge of the alleged vernal pool is. If in fact, what I'm staring at is a BVW, I'm
Right.
staring at a plan. And I'm looking at this from a legal perspective on whether or not we approve or deny a project. What I have here in front of me is a BVW.
Mhm.
And I see no disturbance in the 50-foot buffer zone of the BVW. There's discussion about it being a vernal pool. And so I'll be honest, I wouldn't vote to deny the project to say that we have a vernal pool and we need to protect it within 100 feet, because I don't see the vernal pool labeled on the application. It is, there's an argument that there's a vernal pool exists, but it's not labeled on this plan.
Mhm.
Is there a path forward for approval with a look back, a determination of whether or not there is a vernal pool or vernal pool activity, and that if this project is within that buffer zone of 100-foot no touch, that we have mitigation strategies in place to plant extra native plantings or create extra habitat areas in and around the project? Is that a path forward or an off ramp for this conversation?
Well,
It would be a
in
path
my
forward
view,
for me.
what I would recommend is to put that on to the next meeting, is to continue this for 2 weeks from now, go on the presumption that it is a vernal pool, and make the argument 2 weeks from tonight with any potential mitigation plantings, etc., and the commission vote on that. I think it's a little, it would be I wouldn't be comfortable voting on something and then finding out that giving it a special condition and an order of condition. I don't know, maybe others feel differently about conditioning it to go backwards and revisit the plan after the fact.
I would be comfortable with that. I would also like to see that infiltration chamber moved to the other side of the pool, I guess, not the other side of the pool, to the northeast, outside the 100-foot buffer,
Up here,
if that's feasible, northeast.
over here.
Right side of the plan.
Yeah, right side of the plan. We're not looking, this thing isn't oriented north and south. Yeah, right side of the plan. If that's
Over here?
Yeah.
We don't have survey down there. That'd be a completely new design. It's
Yeah,
really-
I think you've got too many moving parts here. You can't, there'd be too many moving conditions to condition redesigning a project. I've never seen it where we have a condition where we basically ask the applicant to redesign it after the fact.
I mean, what we have here, it's a 1-foot thick gravel infiltration trench. We have some pipes and regrading with over 1,000 square feet of native plantings based on approval of the Conservation Commission that they're planting to recreate and
but if
habitat area.
which I commend, but if you look at the regulations for protection of the buffer in proximity to a vernal pool,
Right, but
it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, look, we could vote on this tonight. We could potentially approve it based on the plan, as Jay said, and if 5 weeks from now, when the hole is in the ground, we find it's a vernal pool, then we'll have to put a cease and desist on this project, because what it will prove is that the survey is inaccurate. So
okay, well, it depends on where the boundary of the vernal pool is, correct?
absolutely,
Right.
if it exists.
Right,
So-
if it exists and if we have 100 feet. When this was designed, as you said, we had a BVW. We did not have indication or thought that there was a potential vernal pool and an IVW. And I think we designed within the confines of the restrictions for a BVW and IVW.
Understood.
I'm hoping with, we're 100 feet from the corner of the property, 110, I think I said, from the edge of the plantings proposed. The pool is 160 feet away from or 130, I'm sorry. I don't know why, for some reason, my cursor, I have a new cursor and it's just not behaving.
The stacked sheets.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to make that motion and move this forward. I just don't want to set the applicant up for failure here. Knowing, as you mentioned, that there needs to be an order, a special condition with a wetland delineation to be performed. And the question is by who and who's going to pay for it and when is it done? 2 months from now, whereby there's a cease and desist on the project and we're back at square one versus continuing it for 2 weeks and getting formal approval on a project that's never going to be stopped, regardless of whether it's a vernal pool or not. So that's, you roll the dice on that one.
But so
Can I ask
in
you
order
to
to
zoom
save
out
the
of here,
commission's,
please?
in order to save the commission's time and make sure that, we're not in this conversation again in 2 weeks, it'd be great if we have a very clear line of sight on what is expected, because there's been a lot of moving parts about whether or not we can mitigate if after the fact it's discovered it's a vernal pool, which was the first question I think Tom said he was comfortable with. But then there were other suggestions that that's not okay and that there's a hard and fast can't disturb within. So I don't want to, again, I don't want to waste your time, and I know you have plenty of other things to approve. So if you could be as specific as possible about what you would like to see in 2 weeks, that would certainly be helpful for everyone.
From my perspective, I'd like to see less stuff in the 100. I mean, and I'm looking at your plantings and your infiltration chamber. I don't know that it's a massive redesign of this. Nothing's been built so far. And I'm looking at the piping that you've got going there. I'm wondering why you just can't run it to the right of the pool house and stay right out of that 100-foot strip and be satisfied with the retaining wall and call it a day.
That would require survey, test pits. I mean, again, we were working with the BVW and we feel like, again, before the vernal pool issue came up,
I'm just telling you what I'd be comfortable with.
Yeah, I know. It'd be up to the client, but it'd be a complete redesign on topography.
I've heard the arguments about the contractors, and I'm well aware of that. I appreciate that that there's more to be done here. And that's the way I think you should be looking at it. There may be more to be done here.
So my comment on if this were to be continued to reevaluate this in 2 weeks from tonight, I would like to see I would like to see a statement from Mr. Zimmer that talks about section 26 of the wetlands rules and regulations that addresses the vernal pool, a little bit that it talks about the impact of any disturbance within the 100-foot buffer, and addresses how any structures, try and limit any structure within the 100, and then just talk about the impact. If in fact this is a vernal pool, and throw the buffer, the 100-foot buffer on the plan on where you feel the vernal pool may be. And that's what I'd be happy with for 2 weeks from tonight. Or again, I'm happy to make a motion to approve this project for as is that's in front of us with a BVW. But I don't think you're going to like the conditions that other members may place upon you. I think you'd be setting yourself up for failure. And again, I'm only one vote. There are 6 members of this commission. You need 4 votes in favor to have the project approved.
What is there a possibility of taking the dry well system and using a Cultec instead and fitting it in on the pool side of the retaining wall?
A Cultec system, well, because the groundwater that requires more depth, more coverage from groundwater.
Yeah, but you're up at elevation 27 at that point.
Yeah, but we assume the groundwater is going to be about the same depth at different elevations, that it kind of follows the contour of the land. You need more depth for a Cultec system. This is bigger, but it's just gravel in filter fabric. And that's what we typically do when we don't have sufficient depth groundwater. And again, the infiltration system for drainage has to be lower than these drain pipes. So you'd have to excavate very far down here and you'd probably hit groundwater. Yeah. So it's a balance of adding slight coverage, not hitting groundwater, keeping that 2 feet clearance. And so you want to generally put it lower, getting your pipes to drain into it, and to kind of account for all those things. To put it in an area higher elevation, you know, this still needs to be lower than the pipes, and with drainage, you'd have to dig down, you know, 6-7 feet, and then you're pretty much, our judgment is you'd be way into groundwater. So you try to pick a natural lower point. These are usually put at lower points in the topography and try to work with the conditions.
So what's the bottom of your infiltration at right now?
Pardon?
What is the bottom of your infiltration at right now?
That's at the bottom of the infiltration system. If I can scroll up, here we go. The system itself's at 21.8, and we had to cover above, assuming groundwater is at 19.8. And we felt that was conservative because John found standing groundwater 44 inches down.
So you're saying a Cultec system won't fit between 21.8 and
22.8. It generally take an extra foot, and because we're so close to groundwater, or you'd have to more coverage. A Cultec system is 12 inches tall. You need at least, we like to give it 6 inches on either side, generally 1.5 feet of cover around that. You need basically an extra foot. It's typically our conservative designs to put Cultec. But what the Cultec does is just give you an area of non-voids that holds more water. In this case, what we did is we put some pipes in there that serve almost as a Cultec, but are much, much smaller, that provide an area of 100% voids. That's what the Cultecs do. So it can hold more volume, significantly more, but just you need the clearance from groundwater. It's much easier to design with them, but in this case, we didn't feel like we had enough.
So could you stretch that drywall system out and put it on the other side of the retaining wall?
Again, that's where the topography is higher and it needs to be lower than the drain pipes. And assuming the groundwater generally follows the contour of the topography, this needs to be lower than these buried pipes, and this area is higher. You'd probably be placing it in the groundwater. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Because if you dig down, say groundwater is 3 feet below, kind of calling an average between the 2 feet, we assume conservative in the 44 inches. Right here, you're at 27, that'd be at 24. And your pipes have to be, that's the bottom of it, above 25. You like these lower to drain down.
But your system's only 1 foot lower. Your corner of your system's at 26.
That's the surface. I'm sorry. The surface we're adding, because this is lower. The bottom of the system's at 20. I was going to the bottom, or 21, 22.
But the way you just explained it, you said that because the grade is at 27, but your part of your grade is at 27 as well.
Here, and that's why you want to get drainage into it. The Cultec system needs to be below. We're assuming if groundwater is, say, 3 feet below a contour, 2 to 4 feet. So here, groundwater would be at 26. Here, it would be at 25. We added fill. We're capitalizing on an area where the groundwater is lower to get drainage down. The infiltration system would likely be above the patio up here to get clearance from groundwater here.
Well, what
It'd be level.
I understand, but what you're explaining is that the sloped area. I mean, if I'm just assuming that your contours are running across that infiltration area because I can't see it otherwise.
Here,
There's 23.
that's cover on top of it.
Well, there's
Again, we're trying
24.
to create,
Okay,
that's
all right, fine.
24, 23, and 22.
Okay.
So without Caltech, you can.
I understand. I understand now. I
Oh, okay.
couldn't see the
Yeah,
contour.
so it's cover that we're.
So
placing-
you're flattening the top of it at 24
Correct.
or 24 and a
To
half.
get the 12 inches of cover over the system.
Mm.
And again, it needs to be down slow. But typically, you know, if this is
Okay.
100 feet
All
from
right,
the
so-
heavy
all right.
decking, but
That's fine.
within the 50 and 100, typically, you know, we'll put these things without much concern, you know. Typically, they want to be down gradient, and that's typically heading towards a wetland area, maybe.
Mhm.
Like the last house, their infiltration systems, you know, in the 50 and 100. I guess everything was, but if that makes sense.
All right, so I've heard three proposals here. One is to wait 5 weeks and actually find out whether or not there is a vernal pool, and then to redesign based on that. Another was to come back with a proposal that might put some people's votes at ease, which would include maybe doing less development within the 100-foot. And then the final proposal would be to take a vote on the plan as it is, with the risk that a vernal pool is identified in 5 weeks and the project would get shut down. Does the owner have a preference on one of these options?
We'll certainly not prefer to have an approved project get shut down after determining after the fact
Okay.
the possibility of vernal pool activity in the area, right? So that's a non-starter.
Okay.
It seemed as though there was some momentum, whether it was from Tom or others on this call, that if we could provide some written documentation from John around the risk of vernal pool activity in the area and or its location, as well as some increased willingness on our part to provide incremental mitigation in and around the possibility of disturbed area, that would be enough for people. And if that is something that we can present to this commission in 2 weeks, then we can certainly work on that and get the necessary information in front of everyone and see you all then.
Yep.
Just to
I
clarify,
would
the second.
personally, I would encourage you to take that approach.
Yes.
Mhm.
Chris, I have something which I could sign, I think. I'll read it. The most likely location, this would be issued by John Zimmer. The most likely location of the vernal pool, if there is one, is outside of the influence area of any alteration to the 100-foot buffer zone, period. I could sign that. If he said that, you know, where he thinks it could be would not have any influence by what's going on within the 100-foot buffer zone, I would be happy with that.
All right, thank you, Eric.
And I think that would solve the problem. I don't know sure if John can say that though.
Well, that's for your one vote.
Yeah, that one. That's about
Are
it.
you going to say something, guys?
Just to clarify, and I'm not trying to be obstinate, I'm just trying to be clear. But as far as changing the disturbance between the 50 and 100 now, and again, based on a vernal pool, for the Myers to get what they want, which is a significant investment, we looked at designs, we worked with the architect, we worked with the landscape architect. We have 180 feet of pervious. I know that's not the main issue within the 100-foot buffer, and we're out of the 50-foot buffer. The infiltration system's buried and covered with native plantings. I don't know, without starting from scratch and making a much smaller project, if we could minimize the work in the 100. I'm just saying, we'd be going back to square one at considerable expense. And really, your infiltration systems need to be generally, without some heavy engineering, typically down gradient. So to minimize the disturbance, which is the wall and edge of a patio. And I know, and the grass and the land disturbance, but they're replacing with native plantings. But to minimize that would have to drastically change the project. So I'm just not sure where they're at, you know.
So to Eric's point, what I'm looking for
Right.
is I'm looking for the applicant to address the performance standard of there is no adverse impact whatsoever.
Absolutely.
If in fact there is a vernal pool, there's no adverse impact in the 100-foot buffer, and why? To the points that you made, this is it will, you know, I think you already know what to say, but this is a vegetated buffer now, and it will after the construction period, for the most part, it will still be a vegetated buffer. Okay, the infiltration chamber is underground. You're not building a house here. You're not building a driveway. You're not creating impervious area other than, you know, this little rock wall. So again, and I think John knows what to do. There's no adverse impact on the 100-foot buffer if in fact this is a vernal pool, and I'm happy with that. You know, a little bit more than one sentence here. Not looking for one sentence, but a little bit more than that. But the rationale why, and I gave you a couple points.
Right. I fully understand what you're looking for and can draft something up to be ready for the next hearing.
I just wanted to be clear on whether it's changing the design, but with the given plan in front of you. Yes. Okay.
I'm not looking for that.
Okay, thank you.
What I proposed does not represent a change in the design. It represents an assurity from John, what he said before, which is we're being a bit crazy here. What we have here is, as Jay was saying, there's no risk to the vernal pool, even if we find one wherever it may be. All right, so in words.
Okay, I would say though that maybe I don't understand the plan completely, but at this scale, we're looking at you know, 5 feet between the pool deck and some buffer planting, and another, you know, 5 feet of buffer planting to a wall. You know, I don't think it would take much to even push things towards the pool a little bit. You know, there are some minimal tweaks you could make.
Yeah.
Don't tell me the outdoor shower is so important, because there's other places you can outdoor shower. So.
Well, the structural design has pipes, outlet weep pipes that extend 6 to 7 feet from the wall. And generally,
what kind of pipe? What are the pipes for?
Pardon?
The pipes, what? Weeps?
Oh, so the wall that SSB designed, there are pipes extending perpendicular back. Well, there's also, first of all, there are rods holding it in place that extend back. Oh, and then there are weep holes in the wall. I guess I'm talking two different things, but there are structural ties to keep the wall from tumbling. That has to be about 6 feet back, 6 to 7. And then we don't like to get close to the edge of those ties. You don't want to bump up. You don't want the pool wall against them. We want to.
You're getting us involved in details here.
But that's why the wall is where it is.
All we need is a memo from John.
Oh, okay. Well, for you, but for the others that maybe had questions about that, that's why the wall's that far out. We're adding, we got the pool wall space and the ties that are holding the wall in place.
I'm muting myself.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. So I still would like to see whether or not we can establish whether it's a vernal pool or not. And I think we can certainly issue a variance. Is that correct, Jay? That would exempt them from having to tear this out or to stop. I don't think that that's necessarily, we don't have to be as dire as that.
What we have is a plan that states there's a BVW, and again, I could make a motion to approve this project tonight, because on the plan it says a BVW. So if in fact it is going to be considered a vernal pool, and there's if it is going to be considered a vernal pool, the plan needs to reflect a vernal pool, and then a statement or some justification on their no adverse impact within the 100-foot buffer and reasons why. I mean, we have to rule on something. We can't make a variance to something that doesn't exist.
I probably misstated that. I'm trying to look for a way here to, not necessarily tonight, but at least at the next meeting, to really be able to wrap this up so that we can establish whether or not there's a vernal pool there, first of all. I think that's an important aspect of this. Is there one there or not? And if it turns out that there is, I'm not comfortable with punishing the Myers for this.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I think
Again,
I
think we've heard it from a couple of commissioners where we're looking for a no adverse impact statement and justification.
Well, it's one thing to make a statement and another and then there's reality, right? John can make certainly write something, and it probably stands a real good chance of being correct, but that's not a guarantee that, that's the way it's going to play out.
Yeah. Again, I'm happy to make a motion to approve this project tonight, just giving it a BVW, but I don't think it's going to pass with other commissioners.
Right.
I think my understanding from what we've said is that because this project theoretically could be improved with John's commentary on whether or not there is damage to the area or whether there would be harm, would in effect allow for us to continue with our project. Meaning, even if we happen to be within 100 of a vernal pool that exists, that there isn't any adverse impact to the area. Therefore,
I would like to entertain that in 2 weeks. I'm happy to entertain that and vote on that in 2 weeks.
Agreed.
No offense to Mr. Zimmer, but I'd like to propose that a third party actually gives us that information.
Okay.
And maybe makes recommendations that suggest how to go about reinforcing that as an idea.
All right.
Well, could I make the suggestion that you allow us to provide the information to you and consider that? And then if at that point you need to consider a third party, I think at this point, a third party, there's no way we'll get a third party on board, have everything reviewed and be ready to go in 2 weeks. So
Right.
I would like to at least be afforded the opportunity to provide that information for the commission's consideration. And then if you feel like it needs further review, then we can discuss at the next meeting.
I'd be good with that. I don't know what a third party can actually do, Chris. I mean, they will face the same conundrum all of us do here. Jay summed it up pretty well. There there's a vernal pool there, and maybe there isn't, and maybe that's the boundary, and maybe it isn't.
No, I know they would be working with the same thing, but the idea being that there's no bias from a third party when they make this statement that they think that this can there is going to be no adverse effect. It should come as not having any bias whatsoever.
I'm not opposed to that. But I would like to see what the revised plan consists of. Again, I'm looking at a plan that states there's a BVW and no impact on the 50. So I'm not opposed to that, but I would make that determination 2 weeks from tonight if this project is continued after hearing the applicant's revisions to the project, and then taking a vote at that point in time.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to harp, but I'm confused about how I'm to revise the plan at this point. Am I? Or are we just looking for?
Well, like when I say revisions to the, I mean revisions to the presentation. Revisions to the presentation.
Gotcha. If John recommends more plantings, I'd revise it based on that.
Exactly.
But at this
You
point,
may have some further. May have some mitigation in the form of, we looked at the plan. We're going to plant some trees over here, a little rain garden here, etc.
We always love more planting. Always love it.
there's over 1,000 square feet of native plantings, about 1,200.
2,000.
Pardon?
We've seen a few of those already. That doesn't mean much.
I think it needs to be done.
Yep.
Okay.
Then we'll be in agreement that we're going to continue this until March the 10th, is that an agreement?
Yes.
March 10th, sorry, is the next meeting.
Yep, that's what I said. Applicant, are we in agreement with that?
In agreement, yes.
Okay, and that this hearing is continued to March the 10th. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the discussion. I know you know, we designed this based on a BVW. I appreciate the concerns and the,
Well, I think going forward, the thing to remember is check that state map.
Yes.
None of this would have come up probably if
well, we did, but I had a BVW and the IVW, and I knew I was 100 feet from the IVW, and we had a BVW.
what I'm talking about is when you see that mark for a potential vernal pool, alarms should go off.
Right. But we used, yeah, I go back. We used 138 and figured that was approved by the commission. And then so we focused on the IVW, and we're over 100 feet away. So.
Right. It's probably a vernal pool too, but.
It's over 100.
Let's move on.
Over 100 feet.
We got the 100 feet there. So that
Let's move on.
Okay.
I'm going to bed.
Good night. Thank you.
Very much.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay.
Our next item on agenda is an RDA 22-05 for 413 North Main Street. Unfortunately, because of a missed deadline on the official notice of this project extended past 21 days, and therefore it's been released. So we're not going to deal with that.
All right.
Okay, our next item is a show cause hearing at 140 Beach Street, which has to do with a dock platform. Charlotte, maybe you could.
Yeah, so we have Craigie Zildjian, who's the property owner. I just promoted her to panelist.
Okay. You want to give us a quick synopsis of it?
Hi, Craigie, can you hear us?
You're muted.
Craigie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us. So I can give a brief overview of at our last meeting on February 3rd, we discussed as commissioners that we saw some dock platform activity on the marsh grass that is visible from Beach Street. So I went there the next week and I did see the dock platform separated from the existing dock sitting on the marsh grass. So I notified the property owner, Craigie, and emailed her, talked to her about it on the phone, and we sent a letter to move the dock platform off of the marsh grass as soon as possible, which she has so far. And then we also discussed the proper location of where it should be stored. So we'll, explore that with the commission tonight. And then this is just a picture to show that, this is visible from Beach Street. You could see that, this was a couple weeks ago. It was sitting on the marsh grass. You can see the dock in the background. And this is just a picture to show it was connected to one of the utility poles. And then this is the new location. Sorry, pardon me 1 second. Unless Craigie, do you have the picture up that you want to share your screen? If not, I can do it.
I'm sorry. I don't even know how to share a screen.
That's okay. That's okay. Give me 1 sec. So yeah, the dock platform has since moved off the marsh grass, and it is on, it's floating in the water, I believe, next to the dock. Let me just pull up the picture real quick. And
it's attached to the pier.
Okay. So this is the new location of where it has been placed. So you can see it's floating right here next to the existing dock.
Because I may have to leave it in the water because I don't have enough land to, really bring it up over the marsh. And I would need a crane anyway. So I may have to do something like this. That would work for you, I guess.
Tell me, in its current position, is it resting on the bottom at low tide?
Yes, it always is when it's I don't have much water.
Yeah.
So it's always on the bottom at low tide.
I don't own a dock, but we've been through a lot of these cases, ma'am. And it always seems that in winter, there are service companies that come in with facilities and equipment, remove that and take it to a storage area outside of the water because they don't want to have it in the water in the winter with the ice and all that.
I know.
Thank you very much. And no, that's obviously a cost and something has to be done. But most people then just remove it completely. And we don't have to have this discussion, but that's the obvious solution.
Yeah, I know, because there's been a lot of ice and there's been a lot of wind lately. But I guess then I have the option of leaving it in the water or trying to get it out of the water and take it away somewhere. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not an expert on it.
Yeah.
But that's what people, the engineering companies, when we do these proposals and we raise this issue, that's what they tell us happens to the pier and the platform. So, Chris, I'll turn it back to you.
I don't know what to say, to be honest. It looks to me like it could end right back where it started, right?
Well, I think then it would. I think it would kind of fall apart. I don't know. It had some incredible wind.
Yes.
So
I think the safest thing for the dock is to have someone come in a proper craft, lift it up and remove it. I think that's what they do. I don't know. I've never seen it done. Is there any commissioners know what happens to these in the wintertime? Kim?
Well, I lived over on the other side and I lost my dock one year in a hurricane. I got it back, but and I know that the Deans have a dock and they lost their dock. They tried to leave it in the water.
Well, I can say that what we brought to the attention was remedied. So I think it has been remedied. I think if it ends up on the salt marsh again, that's going to be a problem again. So
that's fine. Yeah.
Right.
That would be my intention. Does anyone else have comments?
And you have some footage that you what you're saying is you'd like it so many square feet, so many feet from the water.
No.
What did you call that, Charlotte? You called it. You had a name for that.
Oh, sorry.
The-
Yeah, on in our rules and regulations, the language is that it's just it should be stored in an upland area, so just out of the water, away from the resource area. But like you said you don't have that much land to put it on, or
Yeah, you've been here.
yeah.
Right?
Oh, I looked at it from the street, so. Yeah.
But you could probably agree I don't have the land to do that. Yeah. Okay.
I think the issue is the protection of the resource area, which is the marsh grass.
Yes, resource, that's the word.
Yeah, it's the resource area, and the reason we ask you to do this is that so that the grass is not destroyed by being underneath the platform, for 6 months or so, which would kill the grass. The idea is to protect the wetlands. All right. So.
Okay. And so the resource area, I would just kind of eyeball that, really. Is that what you're saying? It's not so many feet from the water. It's just what I would call marsh. Marshland.
The resource area runs up to the road. It then becomes bank.
Right. Okay. Okay. I really don't feel that I have that amount of land that I could do that. So I think that I just have the option of somehow leaving it in the water, tying it to the pier, or as you say, maybe looking into someone just taking it away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's clear. I think that's very clear.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for getting it off the marsh and for
Yeah.
coming to speak with us.
Is there any follow-up that I need to do?
Charlotte, anything?
Yeah, Craig, we can keep in touch about, maybe a timeline of when, you're able to find somebody who can, take it off site, or, we can discuss it and just see what's
Okay.
possible.
Yeah, I think I'm really gonna leave it in the water. But, okay, all right, so then we'll take it offline. That's perfect. That works for me. I don't want to take up any more of your time. You people work long hours.
Thank you. We appreciate you waiting. I apologize. It's a long meeting tonight.
Yeah,
I can tell you the pay is not very good.
no, I'm sure.
Non-existent.
I'll give you
Yeah.
a raise, Jay. Don't worry about it. We'll double your pay.
I'm
Just,
still waiting for my overtime check from last
yeah,
year.
good luck with that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, bye-bye. We'll talk, Charlotte, I guess.
Will do.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Right.
You.
Our next show cause hearing this evening is for 572 Jerusalem Road. It says here stormwater activity.
So I see Scott McCoy, who is the property owner. And then we have, I believe from Northern Pines, Jeff Nelson is the landscaper. Hey, Scott, can you hear us?
He's muted.
Scott, can you hear us?
Scott,
Is that better?
Yep.
Hear me now? Okay. Sorry.
Trying to promote Jeff Nelson, but
The video. Sorry about that. All right, there we are.
Scott, I'm not sure if you're talking to Jeff, but I'm trying to promote him
Yeah. Let me. I can shoot him a quick text.
Okay.
He's
I know
there.
he was on.
There.
Oh, yep. There he is.
Great. I can just briefly start here. So I was notified by when we were reviewing the certificate of completion request for 580 Jerusalem, it was reported to me that there was some potential unpermitted stormwater activity at the neighboring property at 572. So looking at from the 580 property, you can see that there's some activity with redoing the existing driveway. That can be seen from Jerusalem Road, and there seems to be some activity, or at least at the time, there was some activity in the backyard, which is all dirt. And so I can pull up some pictures, and Scott, I know you have some pictures as well. So give me one sec. And so I reached out to Scott the next day just to say, hey, this was what we noticed here. And so I did talk to Jeff Nelson a little bit about who's working on this property. I did try to contact Scott. I did not hear back from Pilgrim Paving about the driveway, but not sure if you have any information there.
I don't. They didn't return my calls or emails. I'm not sure if they're active. I did drive by where they're located, and it didn't seem like there was any sign of life. So
okay,
sure. It might be.
Okay, yeah, let me just, I'll just briefly go through these real quick. So this is the view from 580 Jerusalem. As you can see, the backyard for 572 looks like it's all dirt. So not sure what kind of activity is going on there. But, you can see that it's, there's some, tracks and stuff around that area. And then this, you might be able to see it, but right below this tree line here, you can see some patio retaining structures that are going around the side of the house. It's a little difficult, but it's right in this corner right here. And then, of course, the driveway, as you can see, you can also see this from Jerusalem Road. There's definitely been work on the driveway. Did discuss this with Scott about the stormwater regulations. And if you are, resulting in a net impervious increase of 500 square feet or more, but you're altering less than 5,000 square feet of land, you'll need an administrative stormwater permit. And then depending on if the total of the activity in the front and the back of the property adds up to 5,000 square feet, then that would be a full stormwater permit. So Scott, I'm not sure if you'd like me to share anything else or if you'd like to take it from here, but this is basically just this is what we saw back in January. I know there've been some updated photos that you provided, just of some additional, updates of what's going on at the site. So yeah, if you feel free to.
Sure. And just to give a quick background, we had a very tenuous, I think is a polite word, relationship with the developer at 580. He was bullying us, harassing us, making disparaging remarks about our orientation, and having his attorney threaten to sue us personally. So with that said, when Charlotte called, it wasn't a surprise that he was reporting things that he had already reported to John Hallen and that I had discussed with him. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions. And like I said to Charlotte, we're not looking, we're wide open here. If you drive down Jerusalem Road, we're not looking to evade any regulation or the town's authority. So whatever the commission thinks, we're fine with. But I think there were 3 areas of concern. Probably the easiest is to go back to the patio. There was an existing patio on the rear of the house. If you could, maybe, yeah, that one, that's a good one. So there was an existing patio that ran the same footprint as what you see, this is a retaining wall over to the right. And then there's a patio that runs along the rock ledge, and then it's bordered by the house. That had fallen into significant disrepair, and it was concrete. So I had Northern Pines come in, and they're replacing that patio in the same footprint with Belgard pavers. Northern Pines did file a building permit for the retaining wall that John Hallen had requested, just to ensure that we were putting a railing on the top of it. He was out to take a look at some ducting and asked me about it again. So there was no increase in the footprint of the patio. There really can't be because of the way it's bordered. So that was one area. The other was the front porch. When I purchased the property, there was a covered entry to the front door. I'll wait till you get there.
Yeah, sorry, give me one sec. When you zoom in.
No. I know you've had a long night, so.
Yeah, it doesn't like it when you zoom in the picture and then try to.
Yeah, so this here. So the front door where the stairs are, there was a structure that had kind of been decimated by termites and needed to come down. So what we did was expand the front porch across the front of the house. We added an 8x20 area, so that was an increase of 160 square feet. And then same photo kind of captures this well, is there was an existing asphalt driveway. The mailbox that's pictured was just to the right of it, and it went straight down and then took a left turn into the garage. That was removed, and the new driveway was put about 10, 12 feet to the left of that toward 560 Jerusalem. And that was, we had an area of 13 feet by 21 feet that was removed. So the driveway is a smaller footprint by 273 square feet. So net, we had 113 square feet less impervious area after those three projects, and those were the only ones that impacted. I think the concern, Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, for impervious, thank you for clarifying those details. And then I think just the second part of, if the total activity of, moving the driveway, the landing and the roof, area, and then of course redoing the patio, if all of that totals to 5,000 square feet or more, it usually that's a full stormwater permit per our bylaws. So I don't know if you can clarify that, if you're able to offer any information of the total area of alteration, but yeah, not sure on that one. I know the impervious, it's a little bit more clear on what you've done.
Right. Honestly, I couldn't give you an answer that wouldn't be a
So
gap.
from what I'm hearing, so as Charlotte mentioned earlier, there are triggers for a stormwater permit. One of the triggers is whether or not there is an increase in impervious area of greater than 500 square feet. That trigger does not appear to have been met. Is that a true statement?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Charlotte, that looking at this, there's a reduction in impervious area in the driveway. And although there is an 8 by 20 there, it's only 160 square feet. In my view, that does not trigger the 500 square feet of additional impervious area. Is that correct, Charlotte?
Yes, and also I'll just add that on aerial imagery, you can see that the driveway at least is smaller overall. You know, like Scott said, there was that you know, kind of like L shape that was the original design of the driveway.
I agree, and in fact, I walk this area and drive this area on a daily basis, and when I saw the construction, I thought maybe it would have triggered, and I did go back and look at. And I'm looking at them right now. I'm looking at the real estate photos that were published online, and I see that there was an existing driveway there. So that answers my question about whether or not it triggers a stormwater permit. The next question is whether or not there was an alteration of more than 5,000 square feet that of non-exempt activities. And in my view, there does not appear to be more than 5,000 square feet of alteration outside of landscaping activities here. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Charlotte, would you agree with that?
Sure, yeah, just to clarify, for the backyard, Scott, what were your plans here for the back?
Yeah, that needs to be reseeded. The lawn had fallen into really bad disrepair, and we ran out of time in the fall to seed it. And so we're planning to do that in the spring, but there was no alteration to our backyard.
Okay, so no fill, no regrading, any of that stuff that, you know, we kind of talked about before?
Nothing out back, no regrading. Everything was,
Okay.
just kind of smoothed it out, but we ran out of time in the late fall to loam it and hydroseed it. To answer your question on the back patio, it's 700 square feet was the existing concrete patio because it was 2 levels, and it's exactly 700 square feet now. The ledge to the house, to the retaining wall, that was redone.
Okay.
Basically the dilapidated one that was there, kind of falling apart, the old cinder block one.
Yep.
Which was in total disarray. It was coming down.
All right, again, so there are triggers for whether or not this requires a stormwater permit. The first trigger was not met. And it does not appear that the second trigger of alteration of more than 5,000 square feet on land that was not already existing landscape has been triggered at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Charlotte, would you agree with that?
Sorry, Scott, I just have one last question. At least on some of the aerial imagery, you can see that in the backyard, you know, were any trees cut down in the backyard or anything like that? You know, just to, you know.
There were a few dead trees when we bought it. We waited to see if there was any sign of life, but they needed to come down. And you can actually, if you zoom in, the house behind us on top of the hill, they have 3 trees that were downed by the most recent storm.
Right.
That's on their property, and we're just concerned with the wind. I mean, they're completely uprooted, but we can't touch them. So I reached out to Charlotte late today just to kind of ask, how do you go about doing this? Because as far as I know, the house isn't, the owners don't reside there, but for like 6 weeks a year. That's what I was told. I haven't gone knocking at the door, but what's the best course of action to try to get rid of that or just leave them? I just didn't know if they were a hazard because they're not big trees, but if you go to your right, Charlotte, on the photo, that you can kind of see them, they could be spears in a way. Kind of with, maybe it's not captured in this photo, but it's a
Are
small.
they on your property?
They're not. Unfortunately, they're not.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to go and you're gonna have to talk to the neighbor
Okay.
Get the neighbor's permission, written permission in order to take a tree down.
Okay.
If they were on your property, you're not within 100 feet of a wetland area
No.
as
right.
designated on any maps or any plans. So, taking a tree down outside of the 100-foot buffer does not constitute or does not require
Okay.
any permitting. And again, so to the second question, because it's getting late here, is whether or not this triggers a stormwater permit with 5,000 square feet of alteration of non-exempt activities, and I don't see that it does. So, in my view, while there's clearly some landscaping activities, clearly there are some renovations to the house here. There's no triggers here for a stormwater permit. There's no triggers here for a wetlands notice of intent. And I think we should dismiss the applicant for the evening.
I concur.
No, they didn't.
I'll vote on that. I support it.
I don't remember ever seeing greater in there, any.
All right, thank you, Scott. Well, thank you for coming to us and kind of discussing this. It's great to see that, homeowners take the initiative to, just clear this out with the commission. So appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
And if you have questions about the tree stuff, we can definitely talk offline. Let me know.
Sure. Absolutely. All right. Thanks so much. Have a good night, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
Our last show cause hearing for this evening is for 26 Lambert's Lane. This is labeled here as a subdivision, but I believe that this actually was brought up really just for tree removal. Is that correct, Charlotte?
Correct. Yeah, that was a typo. Basically what, hi, John, can you hear us? But yeah, sorry, this is just to discuss the tree removal, which appears to be within the 200-foot and or 100-foot buffer for riverfront and for wetlands. John, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm also trying to promote Alton Stone. Not sure if he's online, but trying to promote him here.
Yeah, he was just on a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'll keep trying. Okay, so I can start. Thank you, John, for waiting. We appreciate your time here. It's a long meeting for sure. Some of these reports are in regards to some recent visits from the building inspector, from assessors who looked at some imagery of the property, some aerial imagery that was reported to me about some potential tree clearing in the 200 riverfront area and the buffer zones, as well as some of the same reports from some commissioners. So we just want to clarify that tonight. And John, I can briefly go through what I have, and then if you want, you're welcome to share your screen for anything that you might want to show. So I will just pull up the letter real quick, just so you can see the imagery, which has it all in there from the aerial imagery. So is not able to visit the site this time around, but this is what you can see on your map. This is the previous owner. This is 26 Lambert's Lane here. This was as of March 14th. Wow. The property was purchased. And then this is April 3rd, 2021. This is the current owner, John. You can see a little bit of a path here, and then between April and October, you can see some tree clearing activity here. And by looking at some site plans that are being reviewed by different boards, you can see that there are some buffer zones for the 200-foot riverfront and 100-foot wetland buffers. So we just wanted to clarify that with you tonight, John, and just let us know if you'd like me to share my screen with anything else, or if you'd like to share your screen as well.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I'm going to share my screen. So yeah. Can you see my screen yet?
Not yet.
Try it again. Hold on. I clicked the share screen button and it's not working.
Oh.
Can you see it now? You want to try it again?
Yeah, please try again. All panelists can share.
I don't know, Elton, are you on yet?
It's coming up now. It's coming up.
I don't see. I'm trying to promote Alton to panelists, but I don't see him on. He's not responding.
Let me try to call him here. So you could probably fell asleep. He's older. I can start. Well,
Alton is labeled as an attendee. He needs to be promoted to a panelist.
Yeah, I sent the request a couple times, but he's got to accept it. Looks like he's on here twice.
I think he might have fallen asleep.
It could be me.
All right, so let's go through it. I mean, would have been nice to have Elton. He's the wetland scientist. He's the wetland scientist here on the project. So let me go forward then. So
Actually, I think I think he's on, John. Sorry to interrupt. I do see him
Alton,
on.
are you there? Hello, Alton. We're waiting for you.
I'm trying to get there.
Okay, great.
You're here now.
Am I there now?
Yes, you are.
I don't see me. Anyway.
It's okay. We can
I'm
hear
not
your voice.
muted.
Go ahead.
All right, great. So I have a little presentation here today because there's a lot going on this project on this property. And there's some things that are grandfathered that we're allowed to do and we're within our realm to do that. And I wanted to go over it in detail. And one of the good things about this project is that I have evidence for every tree that I cut down because the stumps are still there. And you can see that they were diseased or dead on the inside. And we'll be able to catalog them right to every exact tree. So anything that was done here is completely, there's complete evidence to show that there was legal reason to do it. So the presenters today are a wetland scientist, Elton Stone, myself, John Armand. I'm a resident here. I've been living here about 1.5 years. I moved here from central Massachusetts. I love living here in Cohasset. I'm trying to rebuild this house eventually. I'm waiting for the market to get the price of wood to go down and the market to get a little bit more stable, and COVID to go away before I start doing anything. But I've been working with Charlotte on how to approach this project. I also have the landscaping contractor, Mark Williams, on the line. I don't know if he's here still or if he kind of went to sleep himself, but he helped. He's the one that basically cut down the trees, and he can confirm he's here as a witness to say that they were all dead. And again, as I mentioned before, we have all the stumps here. I have the pictures, and I have a good presentation here to show you what we did.
John, I don't see Mark on here, but is he perhaps named Ginger? There's a Ginger.
Possibly, it might be his. It might be his daughter's account or something. I'm not sure.
Okay, I can promote that to see Mark or for the person who's named Ginger. Can you please confirm if you're Mark?
I'm not Mark.
Okay, sorry, Ginger. We'll change you to.
Hi, Ginger. Welcome. So we're going to go through this quick. You guys have been working all night, much more complicated projects. We're over here in 26 Lambert's Lane. I live in the smallest house in Cohasset, the smallest square footage in any house in probably a 100 square mile area. And I'm trying to rebuild this property and make it look a little bit better here over by the golf course. So we want to kind of go through our maintenance rights. We want to kind of restate the law because you guys seem like wetlands experts, but there's a legal aspect to this as well, where people have the right, if they lived in a lot already that was established before 1996, when the riverfront area was enacted, to be able to do a little bit of landscaping on the property that they had that was previously landscaped, like cut down trees and things like that. So we want to go over that in detail, and we're going to go over that. Then I want to show you the disease and dangerous trees that we removed. And then we're going to quickly look at the A&R plan that we have coming up in a couple of weeks. And we're going to go over the contaminated area briefly, where there's some things that we need to kind of restore. And we'll go over that quickly as well. And then at the end, if there's questions and answers, we can go through the thing in details and give you more pictures. You can come out here, Charlotte, come out here with the commissioner. We can look at the trees, or take more pictures, whatever. So the regulation is basically pretty straightforward. The areas that were established before 1996 are grandfathered and exempted from certain requirements. And it's very clear, it's a very clear law. So if you have a yard that's already established and you have a couple of dead or diseased trees, you're allowed to cut them down. And that's what we have. We have a couple of dead or diseased trees. And that's what we did. We didn't have to file a notice of intent for it either, because in the law, it says you can do that without filing a notice of intent. So essentially, we went ahead. I talked to Elton about it. Elton told me, yeah, it's okay to cut them because they're dead anyway. You have some shrubs there. It's better to get rid of them anyway because you're probably going to, they have diseases. They're dead. They're going to either fall and hurt somebody. I have 3 kids. They get a fall on them and hurt them. There were some over the wire. And also, if they have diseases, then they're going to disease more trees and kill more trees and more, and then everything will be dead in the area. There's also another law that this law refers to that basically talks about even within the wetlands buffer area, they're allowed to remove damaged trees that have diseases or impose a threat to safety or from falling on somebody. And I have some of those trees in my backyard as well. And I have pictures of them with the stumps, and we can go through those as well. But this is this law as well. So I'd like to ask you, everybody here, to read and understand these laws, because I think a lot of people jump to conclusions. And I think that's what kind of what you're hearing is that, oh, he went in and cut into an area where he's not allowed. So, hey, this lot was here before 1996, and you're allowed to cut and trim and maintain your yard. I mean, I live here. I live at 26 Lambert's Lane. I live in a small house, but I also have the right to have a clean yard. And the owner before me had a yard here as well. I'm going to show you pictures of where he had fire pits, fireplaces, and shrubbery in the area where I trimmed and cleaned. So this is the site.
Osmond, just to go back to the state regulations, I'm not going to argue. Clearly, you've done your homework with respect to the 310 regulations with the state of Massachusetts, and you're correct on that. I just want to inform you that the town of Cohasset also does have wetlands rules and regulations that may be more stringent than what's state required. So keep in mind that town of Cohasset does also have its wetlands rules and regulations, whereby if there's any alteration within 100 feet of a wetland area, there could be the need for a application for a permit. So I just want to remind you of that.
Okay, sure. So that's the law. This is where we are. Basically, we're over here on the corner of Cohasset, the far corner on the Hull line, over near Hull and Hingham over here. And basically, if you look at the the site itself is 1.9 acres. And as I mentioned before, the law was established in 1971. So these are some of the dead trees we cut. And, I have tons of pictures. I probably have, I didn't think I'd need these pictures, but I had them laying around anyway. So I brought them up and I cataloged everything. So this first one right here is when you look at the satellite, you can see that these are all dead. And on the tops of these, as we go through, in more detail, you can see here that they're dead. And on the top, there's vines that grew up them and died. So when you look at it from an aerial view, and I'm going to go over the satellite view as well, I'm going to show you how these dead branches are showing through the vines. Basically, these are all dead. So this is right near the road, and my kids play right over here in this area here. These could fall and hurt somebody. So I cut those out. This is another one over here. This is like the main area that we cut out, and you saw some clearing there. Here's the actual trees after we cut them. You can see in the middle of them, it's clear that the middle of these were cut and dead. This is dead and diseased, and you can see all the dead and diseased branches here as well. More here, these are all the dead stumps. And here's another tree that was cut that basically you can see the vines wrapped around it. And you can see the dead branches up on it. My kids play around this area as well. Again, this is an established lot. It was here before 1996, before the 200-foot buffer zone was established. People had a yard. People had things underneath the tree canopy, and you're allowed to use it. And if you have something dangerous there, you're allowed to cut it down. Now, I was very clear to basically take pictures where there's references where my neighbors are, because I don't want you to think I just took pictures of random trees. This is my neighbor right here. This is where he parks his tractor in his garage that was approved last year. And there was like a 500 square foot parking lot right here with this maybe 10 or 15 commercial vehicles here that was approved last year to be rebuilt. I'm on the other side of that. I'm 100 feet back from that. So there's still a buffer zone there, and the river is over there on the other side. So here again is the dead trees from another angle. This is my house here on the left. This is the tree that was cut. These are the vines going up it, and that's what killed it. Here's another stump that's dead, and another stump that was dead here as well. Closer look at the trees, you can see the dead branches here, dead branches here. This is the one that was removed. This one was outside of the buffer zone. So it's, we had to take it out because it had dead branches as well, but it's not even in the 200-foot buffer zone. These are some trees that were leaning on the wires here, and they were leaning forward, and you can see that the tree was diseased, and you can see these dead branches here and more dead branches here that we took out as well. This one is in the wetlands right here, this tree here on the far left, and I've left that there bent forward. The wetlands is maybe 10 feet behind it. And that bent forward and basically was leaning like that. And I had to cut that because it was leaning in the backyard. Now, again, this was an established area before the wetlands law even came out. There was a farm here. You can see the rock wall back here. They had like cattle back here. There was hay back here. When I moved in, I just cut the grass basically. So I left all the trees that were over here. I just took the one that was dead out of here. Here's another one that snapped. And you can see here, there's some more snapped trees, and I left some of them out there. Here's a disease tree that was there that I cut. You can see the top of it here. Again, this is the back of my house if you look at it from that angle. And here's another one here that I cut. And then here's another one. Again, here's my neighbor's yard back here. This was diseased and dead as well. And basically you can see that it has a hole in it. So it just keeps adding up. Now, part of what you see from the satellite is the forsythia right here. These bushes right here. And this is landscaping. This is what the original owners put in there. I cut that back a little bit. I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do landscaping in that area. All right, so this is a quick summary of all the trees that were cut, and it coincides with your viewpoint. I took this off of Google Maps, similar to what you did. And you can see the neighbors. Here's the river right here, this blue line. Here's the 200-foot buffer zone right here. And basically you can see here, this is kind of where I cut. And I removed dead trees, and there was some overgrown land. Some of these are bushes. They're not really trees. They're just bushes. There was one tree here that fell. Anything outside of this line right here, I removed a few of these, but they're outside the 200-foot line. So they're not subject to any, like me applying for anything. All of these trees here still exist from like 125 from the buffer zone up. So I didn't cut any of these trees. I didn't cut any trees on this side of my property either. I only cut the dead ones here that were kind of dangerous, leaning and diseased, and kind of like over towards where my kids play in the yard. They play Frisbee. So we trimmed a few of these dead trees out. If you look at this in more detail, again, this is still existing right here. And it's a total of, let me just move this here for a second. The total area is 1.91 acres. It's 84,000 square feet. That's the total lot. The total area that we cleaned and maintained in this little teeny strip right here, and you can come back and look at it, and you can see all the dead stumps, is under 1,000 square feet. So when you do the math, I maintained only 1.19% of the property, which I'm legally allowed to do. It was already established. There's gardens here. I can show you the ornamental shrubbery and stuff that they put in there. I have the right to do that. I didn't even have to ask for a notice of intent. And then when I did cut the trees, I left them as is. I just took the diseased and dangerous trees out. We do have an area that we want to target for restoration, and we're going to talk about that later. That's back here. There's a lot of dumping that occurred back here behind this. The folks that lived here used to walk over here. There's a cliff. They dumped a lot of chemicals off this area here, and I'll bring that up later. But that's our targeted restoration, and we wanted to talk to you about that in about 2 to 4 weeks. We've been working with Cheryl on that. So if you look at where I cut right here, you can look up from the road. There's a couple of trees up here we took, but we left everything else here in the 100-foot buffer zone area. And when you go up there, you can see that there were some ornamental trees, like holly trees already planted there. And I left those there. And I didn't do anything else over here. I didn't grade or rake or fill or anything. I just cut the dead, bad, diseased trees out of there, and that's it. I'm totally allowed to do that. It's totally within the regulations, totally within the law, and I don't need to file a notice of intent. So everything I did was completely reasonable and allowed. So if you look at this further here, this is the contaminated area I was talking about. I used the maps that you have online, and I took a picture here where the river is, and I did a measurement from the river over to the house. It's about 230, and you take 230 feet off the house, and I drew this line here. So you can kind of see the area that was kind of rough, but if you look at this highlighted area, this is the contaminated area right here, this big area in yellow. And right here is where I'm grandfathered. There's an existing garden here, and there's an existing garden here, and there's big pieces of ledge here. So I'm allowed to go in there and clean that up and fix it up. I live in a little house here. I have the right to clean and fix my yard. If we go down here and look at this further, this is, if you're standing right here and you look towards the house, you see the house right here? This is looking up. There was a rock wall there, and they planted forsythia and a bunch of things right around here. This is going to green up again. So this is all existing. This is all existing yard, and it was all totally there, you know, before I moved in. It was probably there 200 years ago. So this, again, just to point out that this is an existing area. Now, part of what's back there, see the back of my house here? This is where they've been dumping for 50 years. They've been throwing stuff over the side from the house. And there's a bunch of bottles here. There's pipes, there's oil filters, there's plastic, there's construction debris. And this is where I wanted Charlotte to come outside and look at this, because there's a whole area over here that's completely contaminated. And there's no trees growing in here. These are all just bushes. I can't cut anything here. It's just kind of like a steep incline. You can see rusted pipes over here, cans down here in the bottom and here. If I pan over a little bit more to the left in the contaminated area that I went over, and again, see my house up here in the corner? I'm not making this stuff up. These trees are still here. That's the top of my house. This is all dumping again right here. There's dumping all across here, dumping here. And if you look here, they had a cat in the house for 50 years since they established this lot in 1971. And they used to dump the kitty litter box all over this cliff for 50 years with clay-based kitty litter, which is cancerous. It's a chemical that shouldn't be draining into the stream there. It's in a riverfront buffer zone. It shouldn't be draining in there. So we were working to clean that up. I already met with Charlotte, and I talked to her about it. And she said, the board would be amenable to hearing about restoration in this area. So you can see the bike parts here, rust parts, there's oil filters, and there's more things here. So if you look at it again, this is the extent of the kitty litter here. Basically, we're saying that there's roughly 5,000 square feet of this area that was dumped on for over 50 years. And it's a clay-based kitty litter. It contains a silica-sodium bentonite, and both of these chemicals are proven to cause cancer. So we want to get these out of there. Right now, this has been washes down to the garage there, and basically into the Turkey Hill run. So it's cancerous chemicals going into the harbor. And we're interested in working with you on restoring this, but this is kind of early. We haven't put together a formal presentation yet. Nelton hasn't had a chance to do his thing where he's going to lay out a nice site plan and show you kind of all of our mitigation that you kind of heard earlier from some of the other folks. Closer look at the dumping here. On another angle, this is a whole different area. As I mentioned before, there's 5,000 square feet. There's just stuff dumped all over the place there. Our goal basically is to remove the contamination, restore the area, and repair the ecosystem with vigorous targeted plantings that will last. Basically, they'll stay and grow there for a long time. And we've been working with Charlotte on how to file a notice of intent for this application when we complete our A&R project. So we are working with you. We're going to come to you and work with you basically when the time is right, when we find out exactly what we're going to be doing back here. So if you look at what was done here, and I detailed everything like some of the other engineers did, based on the wetlands and everything like that. There's a little bit of wetlands back here. There were some trees that fell, and I have a picture of this one that fell because I left the stump there half bent up, and I think I showed it to you already. The only tree that was dead was this one here, and it was over the 90, but this one was a dangerous one that I took out. And that's really it. This is everything else is far away from the wetlands. Everything else here is in the buffer zone that I'm allowed to work on. And all of this ledge, all these circle things here are outcroppings. It's like ledge. So nothing can really grow in here. And that's why all of these trees die eventually, because they're growing on ledge. They get to a certain height and they run out of a sustainable amount of water, and they just die and fall over. And that's kind of what I had. They died and kind of started to bend over and fall. And so I figured it was safer just to go in there and cut them out. And they were diseased also. There's still some dead trees up here, but they're outside of the buffer zone. And I left those there. I just didn't have time. We're going to start doing some clearing there maybe next year. So just to finalize this, because it's late at night here, this is what our plan is looking like when we do an A&R. We're not doing a subdivision. We're building an A&R plan. We have 280 feet of frontage here. So we're going to subdivide this lot into 4 pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4. And according to your rules, we read your rules, we're allowed to modify a certain amount of the wetlands area or the buffer zone here. And so we're looking at that, but you'll notice that we're going to plant a bunch of new trees all in this whole area. So all the trees that were removed, the dead trees, they're going to be replaced with brand new trees. So that's the goal. We're going to plant brand new trees in there and kind of fix everything. And kind of restore it, make it even better than it was before. And we're going to remove, the 5,000 square feet of dumping. So that's all I have as a quick presentation. Hopefully you kind of get a sense of what's going on here. Oh, I did want to go over the satellite views as well. I don't know if I have them here. So yeah, I think I did right here. So if you zoom in here, you can see that these are all dead already from the satellite view. And let me bring up Google Maps here because I have it up here as well. Yeah, so if you zoom in here, this is the property right here. This is when I moved in. You can see in the top of these trees that they're dead already. You can see that some are dead back here. So I'm going to zoom in more. You can see exactly what I took pictures of, these dead trees. This here is a shadow from this tree. It's not an actual tree. You can see in like I'd be driving over it here. It's a shadow of this tree here. And you can see that there were dead trees over here and back in here too. This one's dead too. And this one back here. And I have all the stumps. Like I said before, I have all the stumps of these trees that I cut out. This tree's still here. All these trees back here are still here. And all these trees are still here. And there's a couple still here in the front. The ones that were dead and hanging over the wire, I cut those. So that's basically what I did. And you can see there were some dead trees here, but they're outside the 200. This one was a dead one here. It's back by the wetlands. So back there. So that's all I have. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I went really fast. It's late at night. I'm trying to get through this quickly and give you a quick idea what was going on there.
Right, John? If I can just give a couple of minutes of some other. I'm Alton Stone with Alton Engineering up here in Sterling, Massachusetts. I did the wetland delineation. I'm a wetland scientist. I'm also a soil evaluator and a registered professional engineer, and I'm going to be assisting John with the engineering for the project. So at some time in the future, under a notice of intent, you'll be seeing some of my design work as you have with the previous presenters. But my point is here, I agree with what John says in terms of 310 CMR 10, section 50, and it references others. And if I could bring that up now, I've highlighted stuff, but I think we've kind of beat that to death a little bit. And the point I want to make is what's really the significance in terms of the importance of the riverfront. If you go through 310 CMR 10, there's a long list of what important wildlife habitat and many such things. But I don't really think this cutting up by his house in a former garden and altered area up in there is in any way jeopardizing the values of the riverfront, if you will. This would be a totally different story if it was down the hill where you're into nice, what I call sort of pristine riverfront forest, if you will, trees, shrubs, an understory of wetland plants, or at least, common forbs that form wildlife habitat for wildlife that's going to utilize the river, if you will. And that to me is the purpose of the Riverfront Protection Act, is to protect that bordering upland areas that are important for all the animals, shall we say, frogs, turtles, whoever wants to go to the upland. I'm not a wetland biologist, if you will, but I am aware of what the connection between the wetland or the river, shall we say, and a bordering vegetated wetland or the upland that borders it, the importance of that. But I don't think his work in any way jeopardized or affected that. He wasn't working down in those areas. It was up on top of the rock ledge around an existing house and existing garden areas. And as John says, we plan, or he plans to, with some help from my design and a landscape architect, come up with a restoration plan for a good portion of his property that will include replanting those trees and probably restoring some areas of riverfront with good plantings and bring them back. So I guess that's my point was, yeah, you could argue that technically this required some permitting, maybe under the Cohasset wetland regulations. I don't think so under the state, but okay, if it wasn't permitted, what's really the effect of it? And I'm just saying, I think it's a negligent effect at this point. You can technically call it a violation, but I don't think it had any effect. And that's the point to me of regulations, is to avoid a negative impact to our resource areas as opposed to some level of enforcement for the sake of enforcement. So that's kind of my read on the matter.
Well, thank you very much. Your opinion is important. I think that as commissioners, we're bound by what our bylaws say and what the state law says. I'm going to ask that
I can't hear you, sir.
you can't hear me?
Now I
Now we
can.
can.
Sorry, I must have moved too far away from the mic. I'm going to ask that you share this, or at least the what you're using as evidence here. I ask you to share that with Charlotte. We're going to pass it on to town council. Let her weigh in on this. We'll probably have to look at maybe historic photos, or else have someone come out to the site and evaluate what you're telling us to be the case. And then we're going to have to look at it in relationship to our regulations and determine whether or not we're in agreement or not. So if you could share this with Charlotte, that'd be great. And we look forward to what you're gonna present after you go for your other permitting. But in the meantime, if you could share this with us, we'll talk to town council and just make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that the only thing that you changed in the state riverfront law was that you limit to 1,000 square feet. That's the only thing you've changed. Otherwise, you've adapted the state laws 100%. And that's this section right here, 1058, section 6.
Well, we'll just,
So,
like I said, we'll confer with town council, and we'll make sure we're all on the same page and we're reading it the same, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
And just a quick comment again, John, I think we all share the same common goal of trying to restore this area, giving the pitches that you've shown regarding the kitty litter, et cetera, and the cleanups. And I can't speak to the subdivision because that's the planning and zoning department that's outside of our jurisdiction. But, just moving forward, if in fact you are going to be proposing any type of project here, keep in mind, I want to point you to section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Rules and Regulations that talks about the riverfront area. And it does state that we have, as defined in the state regulations, we've presumed significant to all protected interest under the bylaw, but also the Conservation Commission will require a minimum 100-foot wide undisturbed vegetated area for any new construction. So just to keep that in mind and moving forward, to pay attention to or review section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Rules and Regulations, because that's what we'll be ruling on.
Okay, yeah, we're way away from the 100-foot. So, I understand that.
Great.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you guys. And
Thank you.
Charlotte, I guess you'll reach out to me and talk to your council. I mean, I don't know, we didn't really have time to go over it, but I don't know if you saw the other letter I sent about, the Turkey Hill Run to be
this presentation, because I didn't have it until we just saw it tonight. Can you please send this to me in an email, and then we'll send everything that you've given us to town council to see what their input is, and just to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, also, I want to go on, you mentioned the burden of proof for me to, it's my, this river wasn't here like 100 years ago, right? This Turkey Hill Run.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's my burden of proof to prove that it wasn't there, when actually, I think there's some procedures that when you declare a river or a stream perennial, you have to go through and validate that it really is. Because if you look at that river stream basin, it's not a real basin. It doesn't have round river rock, or it doesn't represent. I was a geologist for 1 year in college, so I understand this stuff a bit. So when you look at it and you look at the rocks that are there and you look at the splitting and the blasting and you can actually see the thing was man-made all the way through. You're like, well, who's responsible for declaring this Turkey Hill Run a river? Is it the applicant, or is it the town? And that's something that I'd like to talk to your council as well with, Charlotte, if you can, or whoever. But I don't know if you have the expertise on staff. If I think Charlotte, I think you've studied, like you're in this field, maybe you could go out there and you could do an evaluation and then just quickly find out that this whole thing is man-made.
Well, like I said, we will send all this to our legal counsel, and we'll let you know what they have to say about this, but there may or may not be certain other actions that have to be, be taken either from a state regulation perspective or from ours. So we will figure that out. If you're able to send me that presentation, I already have these historical maps in the letter you most recently sent to me this week. So give me the presentation, and we will put all of that, we'll discuss this with our legal counsel, and we will, we'll see, so we can get on the same page here. So.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
This would, this I assume was a hearing on an enforcement order? And-
No, this was a request for any, a cease and desist at the time for any tree activity, just so before we come to the show cause hearing. So this wasn't an enforcement order. This was just a request to stop any tree activity in the buffer zones and to attend the show cause hearing, which John, of course, confirmed over email that he will be present with you, so the no enforcement order was issued.
So there's a continuation here. I'm just trying to look at the formality of this. You have continuation to the next hearing or until your council's reviewed information, or?
That's a good question. Mr. Chair, do you suggest we meet with legal counsel and continue this to another hearing, or should we just?
Well, there was no official cease and desist on this, right?
Well, we did say for the tree activity, please stop until you come to the show cause hearing, but I think the tree work had already been done at that point. So it was mostly just no further tree clearing in the buffer zones until we discuss this at the cause hearing.
So does the applicant have any intent to do more?
No, we're gonna come and visit you in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
All right,
And we'll start talking about a restoration plan.
All right, well, then that's fine. We'll meet with council and we'll get back to you as soon as we have kind of her read on this.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
John, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're all set?
Through my,
All
yes,
set.
thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, next order of business tonight is for approval of minutes. Charlotte, do we know who was actually at these meetings?
I can look back in my notes real quick, but for the ones that I did, I believe all of us on this call were present at the 124-22 legal counsel training. Jay, I know you had sent some edits to just make it really brief. Not sure if we want to go through those, but I can look through who was at the 1221, and the 1229 meeting was mostly just a continuance, so there was no quorum there. But the 1221 hearing was for 580 Jerusalem.
I was not at the 1221.
Okay, thank you. I think it was Chris, Jay, Eric, and Tom. I don't think, Will, you were present at 1221. And Chris, Chris McIntyre, I think, were you present at the 1221 580 Jerusalem, or was that the next one?
I believe I was.
Okay. So yeah, sorry, Kathy and Will were not present at 1221.
Mr. Chair, do you want to go through each one of these?
All right. Well, how do we do this easily? Yeah, let's just go through them quickly. Jay, just make a motion.
Jay Pimparo make a motion to approve the minutes of 12/21/21.
Second.
Do I have to go? How about if you make a motion for all of them and people just vote for the ones?
I did that last time and you yelled at me.
No, do it. Go ahead, do it. Then we're gonna just vote on the ones that you were present for. How about that?
All right. So I don't know how we doing this. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of 12/21, 12/21/21, 12/29/21, 1/24/22 with a stipulation that Charlotte, you make the changes that I have outlined in my email earlier today, deleting the entire minutes of the meeting.
And just putting
approve the minutes of January 20th, 2022 and February 3rd, 2022.
Second.
I'll second that.
Great. Having a motion and a second to approve 5 sets of meeting minutes. I'm going to do a roll call vote for you to vote on the hearings which you were present at. Will Ashton,
I like it.
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye. I was at all of them.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye, except for December 21st.
Eric Eisenhower.
I can't remember which ones I was at, but I think
That's
I.
all right.
I
Just,
know.
you're just voting on the ones you were
I'm
there
voting.
for.
Aye.
Thank you. Jay Pampare
Empire, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. The minutes are approved. However many, depending on which it was.
I
Thank
do
you.
like that procedure.
Yeah, thanks. Is there anything to report on these construction updates, which is critical?
No, but I'll just say that the Diab Lane sites are becoming active, so I'm going to those sites quite often. 3 Diab has cut down their trees in accordance with the tree protection line. 9 and 15 are about to start probably early next week. And the erosion barriers are up. There's a small section on 15 Diab where they have to add the rest of the erosion barrier, but for the most part, those sites are ready to go, and 3's already started. And 9
Charlotte, I've seen the tape along the trees on the Howe Road side, as long as those are being maintained, just continually to keep an eye on that. And
I've told the developer to,
I would recommend taking pictures every week.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
out there.
Yeah, I've told the
Documenting it.
developer he has to maintain those, and obviously with storms and whatever, they keep getting knocked down, but I highly recommend, I was like, you need to keep those up because those dictate where the tree protection lines are. 3 Diab Lane did stakes, which was a little bit easier, but I think the yellow tape is also helpful because he also has stakes, and it's just the yellow tape's helpful, but definitely have to go by the markers. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the
You're doing
update.
a sterling
Yeah,
job.
that's all the other updates. That we wait.
Well done.
Charlotte, would you take a look at,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Tom.
Charlotte, would you take a look at, is it 110? How, it looks like they need to renew their
102.
construction entrance. It's looking
Yeah,
pretty
that's
rough
what
and they're tracking mud all over the street.
I was at 80 Howe Road late last week. And I did not please update the erosion barrier for 102, so I'll follow up on that
Yeah.
because that entrance is a little.
By the way, I did a little calculation for 9. They're going to move 1,200 cubic yards of granite.
Oof. A lot.
That'll lead into the profit.
That's a lot.
Yep.
But I'm sure that 208 Atlantic is going to make them look like kindergartners.
Mhm. Any other 48-hour issues? Okay,
Negative.
great.
Motion to adjourn.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good
Great
night.
meeting, Chris. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank
Charlotte.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Guys, have a good night.